Chapter 27. The Pillar of Skulls, a gigantic skull that symbolized the evil spoils of war, stood quietly in the gravel wasteland of Avernus, the first level of Bator. There was a huge hole at the bottom of this epic creation. The lair of the pentashade dragon god Tiamat was built here. This was the location of the evil dragon court that all pentashade Megalosaurus knew about. Following the dragonborn warrior, the army of the dragon, Lair tribe walked into the huge military camp that was preparing for war outside the evil dragon court. The scale of this military camp was far beyond the imagination of any material plane army leader. The legendary Megalosaurus Sarota led the tribe army into the military camp. It was like a drop of water flowing into a river. It did not cause any ripples. Your Excellency Sarota, according to the orders of the Evil Dragon Council, you have arrived at the designated meeting point. As a legendary Megalosaurus, you have the right to go to the Imperial Court alone to meet the Great Dragon Queen and listen to her teachings. Then what about my tribe now? There is less than a month until the enemy force of this battle, the 489th level of the Abyss, converges in Avernus. Your matured kin will need to lead your tribe warriors and wait with the army gathered by the Imperial Court. After the battle begins, you will lead them to participate in the main battle, the Dragonborn warrior explained seriously according to his duty. As for the young dragons who have yet to reach adulthood, they will be separated. They will lead their own troops or join some Bator mercenary camps. They will first adapt to this battle in some low-intensity battlefields. Well arranged. Praise the benevolent dragon queen. A high-level magic shield shining with magical light appeared in Sarota's hand. This was the spoils of war he got from fighting a team of adventurers when he was young. He passed it to the dragonborn warrior, whose eyes lit up. I shall pay my respects to the great evil dragon god. Please accept my gift, and please take care of my young descendants. The legendary Megalosaurus pointed its claw at several blue dragons that had yet to reach adulthood, including Keys. Although the Dragon Queen is benevolent, it is still too dangerous for young dragons who have yet to see the big picture to participate in this expedition. Bribery was one of the basic communication methods in Bator. This method played a very important role in the path of promotion for the demons in Barthas. There was even a school called the Political Academy of the 9 Levels of Hell that provided education services for young demons who wanted to learn all kinds of methods to seize power. The dragon descendant named Morano Chow Fong kindly accepted the gift of a legend-ranked blue dragon. Then he patted his sturdy chest and expressed that he would arrange for low-intensity battlefields so that the young blue dragons would have time to get used to bloody battles. Morano's attitude was much more enthusiastic than his previous businesslike attitude. The legendary Megalosaurus nodded in satisfaction. It spread its wings and flew towards the skull pillar in the center of the huge military camp. As the saying goes, it's easier to get things done when you have connections in the court, and as the saying goes, gifts blind the eyes. After receiving the benefits from Sarota, the dragon descendant did his best to choose a few mercenary camps that were remote enough for the young blue dragons to settle down. The intensity here is really low, Quith said. After witnessing the massive main battle camp, he could not bring himself to call this fenced-in place a camp. But if we're unlucky when the projection of the abyssal plane overlaps with Avernus in a few days, the demon army will appear here. If the main battle does not attract the attention of the demons, I'm afraid this place will become very dangerous. Keys did not stay with the other young blue dragons. In fact, for Bader's mercenary camp, if there were more than 2 Megalosaurus stationed together, they might be targeted by the abyssal demon army. It would be safer to stay with the main battle army. Before going to the mercenary camp, Keys had asked the adult blue dragon to conscript the 3 ogre brothers to go with him. The reason was simple. After all, among all the creatures he knew, Only the three ogre brothers could be called honest, and their combat ability was above average. On the battlefield, at least they could take care of each other, not to mention saving their own lives at the critical moment. At least they would not stab each other in the back like the Batsu devil. In addition to taking away his companions, he also used some of his accumulated wealth to exchange for some excellent protective equipment and weapons for himself and the three of them. Keys did not intend to fight in the form of an underage megalosaurus. That would definitely attract the attention of the demon army, and at the same time, remind them that this is a soft persimmon. Come and get it. Just like that, Bru, who always had ideas, Palu, who always had potions, Nalu, who always had strength, and Keys, who had disguised himself as a human teenager, walked into the simple mercenary camp. Stop, you bumpkins from the material plane. As soon as they walked into the camp, two barbed demon guards with serrated machetes stopped Keys, and the rest. Show me your transfer order, or you will be treated as trespassers and killed. Keys showed the transfer order scroll given by Murano Chow Fong to the two guards. The group of people who wanted to enter the camp were not allowed to pass. One of the barbed demons signaled to its companion with its eyes. Keys noticed the small movements of the demons. It turned out that the two evil creatures were actually thinking about the armor Keys was wearing. They signaled to their companion that they wanted to launch a surprise attack and kill Keys to obtain the spoils of war. As for the few strong ogres around Keys, they believed that even if they were in the same group, they would not stand up for Keys. With the philosophy of the Batsu people, it was impossible for the barbed demons to protect or avenge their companions. Moreover, as long as they killed the human teenager who held the transfer order, they could frame the ogres and summon the other guards in the camp to kill the three ogre murderers and maintain order in the camp. It had to be said that this was indeed very Batoan, very demonic. A crime that has not been caught is not a crime. After seeing through the trick of the two barbed demons, Keys did not hesitate to unsheath his newly purchased sword enchanted with the sharpening spell. With the strength and agility of the Megalosaurus, the sharp sword accurately pierced the heart of the barbed demon, who signaled its companion to attack even though it had not systematically learned any combat skills. At the same time, the ogre shaman acted almost as quickly as Keys' decisive attack. The strong acid shot out from the troll's skull staff accurately into the mouth of the other barbed demon, who wanted to call for more guards after its companion was killed. Demons were not completely immune to acid damage like demons. Their acid resistance was only effective on the surface of their skin. The strong acid that was poured into its body through its throat not only made it lose its ability to scream, but also made the barbed demon experience a pain worse than death. Paulu, the creatures in this place are really tough. They did not turn into pus after being soaked in your acid. Look, they can still struggle. The ogre gourmet Blue took out his whaling harpoon. Although Keys had given the ogres some new weapons in the camp, they were still used to using their old weapons. Let's try the barbecued meat soaked in acid. I've heard of a saying that acid can stimulate the taste of food, but I couldn't find any meat that could withstand the acid you created. The ogre gourmet said excitedly. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Country Bumpkin is a colloquial language set in the D&D system. Later on, perhaps due to the mixing of races in Sigil City, this term was also adopted by other non-material creatures. Chapter 28. Seeing the barbed demon twitching and rolling on the ground after being tortured by his brother's voodoo acid, Bru excitedly took out his whaling harpoon. He wanted to cut off a part of the new ingredient that had been treated by the acid and try to make a barbecue. When dealing with prey, the ogre gourmet had a habit of draining the fresh blood from the ingredients. Just as the harpoon was about to cut open the barbed demon's throat and bleed, an iron chain with a spiked hammer suddenly flew out from inside the camp. It knocked away Bruiseblade with a crisp clink. Eh, what weapon is that? It looks like a meteor hammer, but the chain is too long. If it's a weapon for a huge creature, then the hammer is too small and the chain isn't thick enough. The sudden appearance of the weapon attracted the attention of the ogre blacksmith, who wanted to be a master blacksmith. When it came to weapon forging, the huge ogre would reveal an agile mind that didn't match his dumb appearance. The ogre blacksmith never wanted to pick up the chained hammer for a closer look, but just as his fingers were about to touch the chains on the ground, this strange meteor hammer actually jumped up and dodged Nera's grasp. Spikes grew out of the chains, and it finally took the opportunity to strike the ogre's face fiercely. Fortunately, Keys reacted quickly and nailed the chain to the ground with his sword. "Come out, chain demon. I know you're the acting commander of this camp." Humph! A bat's a demon that looked like a human but was wrapped in many chains instead of clothes walked out from behind a nearby tent. He roared at Keys and the others in Infernal with a strange accent. "You bumpkins from the material plane, how dare you kill the guards at the entrance of the camp?" As the chained demon roared, a small group of barbed demon guards surrounded the group from all directions. The chained demon wanted to pull back the chain that was nailed to the ground by Keys, but the chain was tightly held by the longsword. Just as he was about to break the chain, a flashing blue electric snake slithered along the chain and forced the chained demon to give up on the chain. He hurriedly pulled it out of his body and threw it to the ground. "You bunch of dregs, do you also want to rebel? I'm the newly appointed supervisor of the camp. According to military orders, this camp, including the acting commander of the chained demon, has been under my supervision since 12 hourglasses ago." Keys took out his letter of appointment and the transfer order he showed to the demon guards surrounding him. These 2 guards disobeyed their superiors and intended to rebel. "According to the wartime laws of Hades, I have the right to take their lives without trial." As if to match its words, Barb Fiend, who was twitching on the ground due to the strong acid, breathed its last breath. After verifying the letter of appointment and the transfer order, the acting commander of the chained demon, Kuruzu, seemed to have changed his expression. He no longer cared about the 2 dead barbed demon guards lying on the ground, as if it was another creature that had roared loudly just now. In order to please the new supervisor, he even flattered him in the common human language of the material plane, which he was not very familiar with. Obviously, his wisdom and power could not see through Keys's true form. "Mr. Keys, I'm very happy about your arrival. The supervisor system is the embodiment of good order in the 9 hells. This is definitely a good idea that only the big shots of the upper class could come up with." The chained demon, Kuruzu, carefully flattered him while secretly picking up the chain that he had just pulled out of his body. The chain of a chained demon was also a part of their body. Not only was it a weapon that they could use like an arm, but it also had the ability to regenerate like a demon's body. A broken chain could be reconnected and could be used again. Following the chained demon into the camp, Keys knew why the chained demon flattered him so much. For the demons, class status was equivalent to power. In order to get rid of the word acting hanging above his head and become the real commander of this camp in the legal sense, Keys, as the supervisor, had to give a fairly positive evaluation in the report after the war. As a mercenary camp from another plane, Keys only found about 100 barbed demons as standing guards to maintain order in the camp. An army of this scale was not weak in the material plane. According to Keys's estimation, each barbed demon had the power to defeat 3 or 4 of the Desert Elves' supreme warriors that he had met not long ago. But if the battlefield was a bloody one, such an army would not have the slightest deterrence. Perhaps there was no need for the higher demons. A few stronger intermediate demons could slaughter these barbed demons. Seeing Keys's slightly frown, the chained demon hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Sir Supervisor. This is a relatively remote war zone, and it will be relatively safe after the bloody battle begins. Also, from now until the war begins, there will be mercenaries from other planes stationed in this camp according to the orders. When the time comes, the barracks here will be filled with all kinds of soldiers. Under my command, and of course under your careful evaluation and wise advice, those who work for the will of Bator will become qualified cannon fodder. When the chained demon mentioned Bator and the bloody battle, even his eyes that were wrapped in chains showed a proud look. Indeed, in terms of the potential of war, Bator only had 9 levels, and no one could figure out how many levels there were in the abyss. But even with such a huge difference in the potential of war, the demons still had a certain advantage in this war that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. The most obvious example was that Avernus, as the bridgehead of the bloody Battle of Bator, had never been occupied by the demons. The skull pillars made of demon skulls still stood tall, and the demons had successfully occupied some planes of the abyss more than once, pulling these planes from chaos into the camp of order. If not for the terrifying will of the abyss, some powerful demon princes and demon lords would have personally taken part in the bloody battle, and the demons would have suffered even greater setbacks in the bloody battle. In terms of the strength of the army, although the demons were powerful, they were chaotic. If not for the control of spells, even demon lords would not be able to fully control their armies. Bator's army had strict division of labor and strict discipline. Even though they were equally evil and loved to use schemes to fight among themselves, under the rules of order, the entire Bartholomew's 9 hells was like a seamless war machine. Everything was running for the ultimate goal of achieving victory in the bloody battle. In terms of the ability to mobilize war, although the abyss had countless levels and could mobilize a despairing number of Tana Reed demons, the cunning and scheming upper-class demons had attracted supporters from all corners of the multiverse for Bator through persuasion, deception, and trade. In every bloody battle, there would be an equally shocking number of mercenaries from other planes joining the demons' camp, fighting for the 9 prisons of Bator. You have to trust my judgment on this point. Even the lying Batsa-Devil will give an honest answer on which side's army is better in the bloody battle. The chained demon's arm wrapped around the chains slapped his chest, and the chains clanged against each other. Keyes could not refute the chained demon's words based on the pride of his race. What he said was indeed part of the truth. After inspecting the entire camp, he found that although it was simple and crude, some basic facilities and supplies, including a workshop for forging weapons, food and drinking water for the mercenaries from other dimensions, were already in place. Although it was inevitable that there were signs of embezzlement, it could still be said that they were well prepared. Chapter 29. Through this patrol, Keyes had grasped some basic information about the camp. At present, there were only a few mercenaries from the other plane in the camp. They gathered together like a group of thugs who had been tricked into coming to Bator to look for opportunities from an unknown plane. In addition to the barbed demon guards, there was also a hellhound raised by a chained demon in charge of patrolling the campsite. In addition, there were thousands of bloated demon cannon fodder in captivity in the corner of the campsite. They were a type of demon that was punished and tortured until they became blind, deaf, and stupid because of their mistakes. The other Batsu habitually called them lowly demons. All of the above mentioned were all the forces in the camp that could be put into battle at present, other than the chained demon commander and Keyes' group. Although the chained demon had repeatedly promised that the camp would be filled with mercenaries from other planes before the bloodshed began, and the overall strength of the camp would be greatly improved. But how could the demon's words be trusted? Walking to the well-prepared resting area, Keyes immediately dismissed the barbed demon guards that the chained demon had arranged to serve as his army supervisor. He then called the 3 ogre brothers into his tent. The tent was not tall enough, and the ogres did not know how to shapeshift, so they could only sit cross-legged on the ground. Fortunately, the tent was big enough that it was not crowded when the three ogres sat together. Seeing that they were seated, Keyes cast an anti-detection spell to ensure that no one was eavesdropping. After that, he also sat cross-legged on the ground. Although we have not known each other for long, I believe that you are trustworthy enough. Keyes paused for a moment to organize his words. In fact, you may have more or less heard about the cruelty of the upcoming war. To be honest, if the dragon nest was not bound by the contract, I would not want to be involved in this war at all. On this point, I want to hide it, although it may be a little cowardly and dishonorable. Looking around at the three ogre brothers who were quietly listening to him, Keyes continued, I hope that I can hold on for 2 years until I can freely withdraw from the war and return to my original world alive. Of course, this requires some luck. However, I believe that the best way to achieve this goal is to work hard to obtain more information, learn faster to improve my strength, and find some trustworthy companions. Keyes stretched out his clenched fist. This was the gesture that the gladiators in the Ash world used to bless each other before a life-and-death battle. I hope I can get this honor. Let's help each other. If the enemy dies, I will live. Fight to the end. The 479th level of the bottomless abyss was called Acid Fog Canyon by the Thanner Re-Demons. The atmosphere here was an acidic mist that was constantly being replenished by the volcanic eruptions. The volcanic eruptions left behind a scene of utter destruction, a huge winding canyon cut through the vast land of this plain. Originally, this level was ruled by a Baelor lord named Tardheim, but later his position as a demon lord was overthrown by another powerful demon. The reason he was subverted was because he tried to grasp power that was far beyond his reach. As an evil demon, it was in their nature to seek greater power. There was nothing wrong with it. However, in order to seize power, Tardheim boldly and recklessly used the remains of the Obilus demon lord that he had found in an unknown era and carried out a crazy fusion experiment with the weak abyssal worms that had all the genetic information of the Thanner Re-Demons. The purpose of the experiment was to create a brand new creature with the characteristics of 2 demons. If Tardheim succeeded, then he would become a powerful demon lord with the strength of the demon creator, and even have the opportunity to seek the supreme honor of the demons, the title of Demon Prince. For the sake of this grand goal, the flame demon Lord Baelor had spent almost all of his wealth. In order to focus on the experiment, he even gave up a demon order that he had set up for countless years in the material plane. No matter where, even in the abyss, as long as he persevered, he would always gain something. This difficult experiment that lasted hundreds of years finally succeeded, but it was only the experiment itself that succeeded. Tardheim had suffered the biggest failure since his birth. No one knew the exact reason for the failure, but the most widespread theory was that Tardheim was careless and chose the wrong experimental material. An evil spellcaster with the memories of his previous life fell into the abyss and became an abyssal worm. After successfully combining with the remains of the Obilus demon lord, he became a brand new demon. It was undeniable that the design of this experiment was ingenious, and the results were very satisfactory. This experimental creation that Tardheim had high hopes for was powerful enough and had a certain amount of wisdom. However, perhaps it was a little too powerful. This brand new demon had enough strength to rival its creator as soon as it appeared. All the means that Tardheim had carefully prepared to enslave the experimental creation failed. The gigantic worm defeated and devoured its creator, and built its own lair above the castle that once belonged to the demon lord. The demonic creation became the new demon lord of the 479th abyssal level at an unimaginable speed. The title of Worm Tyrant was quickly learned by other demons in the abyss. As the material to synthesize this beast the predecessor of the abyssal worm. The evil spellcaster might have just been a lousy mage when he was alive. But after experiencing Tartheim's experiment, he, if he could still be called himself, had a powerful strength that he could never hope to achieve when he was alive when the experiment was successful. The worm tyrant had tough muscles similar to the Obilus demon, and these muscles formed its huge body that stretched like a mountain ridge. This body not only contained powerful physical strength that would shock any demon, but also stored amazing magic power in every part of the body, allowing this behemoth to rely on its own instincts to cast spells like a sorcerer. The concept of spell slots that restricted the continuous destructive power of a spellcaster was meaningless to such an existence. There was no need for any preparation. As long as the worm tyrant was willing, the frenzied flood of spells could easily tear apart any creature that dared to face it. This new demon, Lord, quickly adapted to its new life as a demon, and gradually adapted to the laws of the abyss according to the path of a demon's development. Perhaps it was the legacy of its birth experiment, but this beast with some intelligence easily completed what its creator had spent hundreds of years to complete, creating a new demon race. Of course, this creation was not like the ambitious Tartheim, who wanted to create a new species out of thin air. The worm tyrant's creation was simple and crude, but more efficient. It used its own flesh and blood to easily reproduce acid mist worms that covered the entire floor. The size of these first worms was far from comparable to their creator, and they could only grow to a few feet long. But these little things had amazing vitality. The acid mist worms relied on the acid mist that covered the entire floor to survive by breathing in the sulfur-rich acid gas, and then excreting the gas that was suitable for other creatures to breathe after digestion. The shocking number of worms even changed the environment of the entire floor. Even though the underground volcanoes were constantly spewing out new acidic gas, the acidic mist still shrouded the entire plain. However, the concentrated acid flowing in the rivers had been greatly diluted, and some resilient plants had begun to cover the barren land. These changes made this floor begin to become livable. Many various Tana, Ree, and other creatures migrated from other floors of the abyss to the transformed 479th floor of the abyss, the original Acid Mist Canyon. Originally, it was impossible for the weak Tana Ree demons to enjoy the fat abyssal worms endlessly like the higher demons, but the Tana Ree who migrated to this floor found a substitute food that tasted very similar to the abyssal worms, the acid mist worms. This discovery made them ecstatic, so more demons began to try to sneak into this place that was like a paradise to them. However, the roles of the prey and the hunter would sometimes change. The tyrant worm used its own flesh and blood to create a new demon race that covered the entire floor. It was not intended to be a free meal for other Tana Ree. As more and more Tana Ree species appeared on this floor, demons gradually began to become food for the worms, and the two levels of the food chain were quickly reversed. It was then that the stowaways realized that the Acid Mist Canyon was not a free meal, but a huge trap. As the fresh Tana Ree demons were preyed on and devoured by the acid mist worms, these new Tana Ree demons with certain demon worm characteristics began to self-evolve. In the end, two evolved forms were stably inherited, the sky-burning walker and the cataclysmic worm. The sky-burning walker was a kind of huge acid mist worm. The largest size could grow to be comparable to an adult megalosaurus. It had a structure similar to an air sac in its body that could breathe in air and adjust the density of its body to achieve flight. It could also spray compressed gas around through the large and small pores on its body to change direction and move at high speed. The gas that the sky-burning walker sprayed out was extremely hot and flammable. It would form a layer of flame shield around its body that was always burning. Usually, they looked like they were floating in the air, like a boat on fire floating on the sea. Once they found their prey, they would pounce on it like a rocket. The target that they targeted would not only have to face a fierce collision comparable to a siege hammer, but also suffer the double torture of strong acid and flames. The evolutionary path of the cataclysmic worm was the opposite of the sky-burning walker. It abandoned the evolutionary path of individual strength. By giving up the individual, the worms formed a strange aggregated creature. Its body was made up of thousands of worms, and it did not have a fixed form. It was constantly dripping strong acid. The breeding of the cataclysmic worm was somewhat accidental. At first, only a small number of acid mist worms stubbornly parasitized the bodies of some Tana-Re. They consumed the host's body to survive and reproduce. This behavior of damaging the host's body would cause the host to gradually weaken, making it easier for other acid mist worms to capture and parasitize. If the host's will was strong enough, it was possible that they would only be corrupted by the worms instead of being completely digested. The corrupted will would condense into the body invaded by the worms and assemble into a new cataclysmic worm. Every cataclysmic worm that was born could randomly retain some of the host's abilities when they were alive. Every sky-burning walker and the cataclysmic worm was the favored offspring of the tyrant worm. They were the demon lord's most trusted kin and the creatures at the top of the food chain in the acid mist canyon. The other Tana-Re demons could only carefully survive under the rule of the two species in this terrifying dimension that was originally thought to be a cafeteria, but was eventually proven to be a kitchen. In fact, unless the Tana-Re who came to this dimension willingly or involuntarily became parasitized by the worms, they would immediately be devoured by the swarm of worms. The ancient will of the abyss, which had the greatest tolerance for chaos and evil, accepted these two new higher demons. In a sense, they had indeed strengthened the power of the abyss, and the tyrant worm, who had created these two powerful demons, was naturally rewarded by the abyss. Although the will of the abyss did not give it more power, it gave it another ability that it lacked, the ability to think. Ordinary demons did not need to think. The only thing they needed to worry about was how to survive in the abyss. But it was different for demon lords. These powerful demons not only had to face the covetous eyes of the lower demons under their rule, but also various malicious schemes from other demon lords in the abyss. Being able to think, being able to find loopholes, and being able to formulate more evil schemes was a compulsory course for a qualified demon lord. Before it had the wisdom to think, the tyrant worm was like a beast that had just awakened its intelligence. It fought with its instincts, created its kin with its instincts, and controlled powerful magic with its instincts. Its power was undeniable, but this power was too singular and too narrow to deal with more and more complex challenges. But everything was different after it gained the ability to think. First of all, it was not satisfied that it could only cast spells like a sorcerer. The primitive and rough magic power could not exert its full strength. After careful consideration, it came up with a solution to this problem. The tyrant worm had recruited many creatures with exquisite spellcasting skills to its kingdom through deceit, bluffing, and other means. It humbly asked these teachers for knowledge that could improve its spellcasting ability using the mind language. In order to obtain precious knowledge, the tyrant worm became extremely generous. It almost agreed to these powerful spellcasters' requests. It regarded them as an investment. Investment required a return, and the demon lord's investment was an excess return. After the tyrant worm had obtained enough knowledge, and even went further than all of its teachers on the path of magic, this greedy worm did not hesitate to take back its previous investment. Just like how it treated Tardheim, who created it, it ruthlessly devoured the spellcasters that it had previously treated as its guests. Among them were human archmages, fairy kings, and some other demons. But among them, The ones that brought it the most benefits were all kinds of evil dragons that were born as powerful magic creatures. Because it had devoured too many megalosaurus, its powerful body even evolved again. Its circular body grew scales on the surface of its body, and the originally sticky and fat tongue in its huge mouth full of barbed teeth twisted, growing a huge dragon head and many appendages. It named it Dragon's Subbody. Relying on the dragon's subbody, the tyrant worm had the ability to communicate, which made it easier for it to convey more and more complex evil plans. With the dragon's subbody, it could use some spells that originally required language and special gestures without hindrance. The tyrant worm was very happy to see this change. It even gave the dragon's subbody a unique name. In honor of the tyrant worm's creator, it named it Hemtar. P.S. Spell slot. This is a special setting of the game. Unlike many other games where the mage profession has a mana bar, the number of spells a mage can cast is strictly limited. Every day, they need to rely on 8 hours of sleep to recollect the spells they will use the next day. Only a small number of particularly strong or special existences can be exempted from this rule. This setting is, firstly, to balance the mage and other classes. Secondly, it is convenient for players to calculate damage when running a team. After all, the human brain is not a computer. The specific rules are more complicated. There are some differences in each version, so I won't introduce it. Those who are interested can search for it yourself. It is quite interesting. Chapter 30. Chain Demon's Guarantee was confirmed, and in a way, it proved that the Demon's Guarantee was still valid. On the second day after Keys and the rest settled into the mercenary camp, there were more soldiers and military supplies being escorted by the demon army. However, there weren't many who could be called warriors. Fortunately, this was mainly a mercenary camp. It wasn't like the other small Batsu camps, where groups of disgusting imps with constantly melting human forms were arranged into groups. There's not a single one who can fight. Neru, the ogre, walked into Keys's tent and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to grumble. The newcomers are just a bunch of punks who don't know their own strength. They're still clamoring for the demons to see their powerful martial arts. Ha! His brother, the ogre voodoo doctor, handed him a freshly made energy ointment. The ointment had the miraculous effect of calming the temper of otherworldly creatures in Batsu. Neru, you have to learn to control your anger. Only when your anger explodes in battle can you hurt the enemy and not your own people. The new soldiers aren't that great, but the new weapons are still promising. Brew, who had gone to check the new military supplies with Keys, opened the tent. He was holding some samples in his hands and under his arms. The reason he opened the tent was to allow Quess, who was dragging more wooden boxes, to enter the tent smoothly. Phew! The blue dragon, who was in his youth form, seemed to be gasping for breath. It was a little strenuous for him to drag the heavy boxes. When Keys entered the tent, Brew put down the curtain and hurriedly threw the things he was responsible for to the ground. The muffled sound and the marks on the ground showed that the ogre was not slacking off. The items he brought were also very heavy. What kind of weapons are these? They look like battering rams, but even if they're made of bronze, they're a little small. Nera was obsessed with all kinds of weapons. When he heard that they were new weapons, he could not help but want to study them. He curiously picked up the new weapons that Brew had thrown to the ground. He thought it was some kind of bronze battering ram, but the cylinder was hollow in the middle. These are copper cannons. Keys did not use the name Infernal Roar, given to him by the demonic quartermaster who gave him the weapons. Instead, he used a more concise and direct way to call them. These are the ordnance prepared by the demons to deal with the charge of the demon minions. Seeing that Nalu was about to wave the copper cannon in his hand, Quest directly opened the lid of a few wooden boxes that he had dragged over, revealing some neatly stacked cannonballs that were buffered by hay. Bronze cannons can't be used by waving them around. They have to rely on the explosion of gunpowder to fire the cannonballs. Only then can they cause damage. Brew stopped his brother, who was about to tear down the tent, and explained. Key said that this thing is good stuff. If it's used properly, the power of each shell fired will be similar to my bursting fireball. In fact, the demons had invented this weapon because of its explosive fire damage. Most of the demons in the Abyss Tower were almost immune to electric shock and poison damage. Fire, strong acid, and cold could effectively kill the weaker low-level demons. In Avernus, the main raw materials of gunpowder were sulfur and saltpeter, and the production cost was extremely low. Most of the Bats of Devil were not afraid of fire damage, so this type of cannon was widely used in the front line of the Blood Station. The demons used this type of cannon very conveniently. They only needed 2 ordinary barbed demons. One was responsible for shouldering and aiming, while the other assisted in changing the ammunition and firing. As long as the demons did not charge in front of them, the copper cannons could continuously fire and inflict heavy damage to the enemy's minions. As for the damage caused by the overheating of the barrel and the explosion of the barrel, it was just a number on the battle damage report. No Batsu commander was particularly concerned. After continuously firing 20 shells, on average, 1 shot every 30 breaths, the barrel of the copper cannon will overheat and need to be cooled down. Seeing such a familiar killing weapon, Quest was naturally not prepared to use it casually like the demons. He completely relied on numbers to annihilate the enemy. Of course, the dozens of copper cannons in the camp could not form a large-scale attack in a bloody battle like this. Whether it was out of the nature of his race or out of memory of the world in his memory, Keyes was prepared to experiment with this type of weapon to find a more effective way of attacking. I don't think we can use the coordination of infantry and cannons. The soldiers in this camp definitely don't have that kind of military literacy. This caliber of cannon is fine against the minions, but against the greater demons who can teleport, I'm afraid it's useless. I have to think of a way to focus fire when they're not paying attention. As Keyes pondered these questions, he wrote down some of the parameters and problems he had just tested on a piece of paper made from the skin of an unknown creature. Weapon name, Copper Cannon, Purgatory Roar. Parameter description. This is a long-range attack weapon that can fire explosive shells as a means of damage. It can be fired at a 45-degree angle and can fire at a maximum range. The furthest attack range is about 4,000 feet, 1,300 meters. It can take 3 to 4 rounds of effective fire from the enemy. It requires the cooperation of infantry to resist the impact in order to achieve continuous firepower. Each cannon can fire 10 times in a row and needs to cool down. Damage description. The shell can cause both kinetic and fire damage to the enemy. Under Neru's strong request, Keyes wrote down some of the weapon's parameters in the way he was used to. After seeing this new weapon, the ogre blacksmith seemed to have the idea of writing a guide to ogre weapons like his brother. Unfortunately, he did not know how to write, so he could only ask Keyes to help him record the results of the experiment. He was responsible for moving the copper cannon and ammunition from Keyes' tent to the outside of the camp in exchange for the experiment. Boss, those idiots. And that kid just used the weapons the demons gave us. Those demons were reluctant to give us these things. They're not weak. Before he could finish, the gang leader waved his hand and interrupted the bandits' report and his jaw. As the gangster leader of the Broom Eyebrows bandit group, Dalton hated it when people spat on him when talking to him. Perhaps the subordinate was too excited and forgot about this, so he was slapped in the face. When the other members saw the tragic fate of their companions, they secretly reminded themselves not to make the same mistake. Seeing that his subordinates were afraid of him because of his tyranny, Broom Eyebrows Dalton was very satisfied. Seems like it's better to be a little more ruthless. Since these bastards came here, they seem to have forgotten their king etiquette. Dalton habitually raised his broom eyebrows. Dalton had always been good at these little tricks to control villains. These tricks could be said to be the capital that made him rich. Ever since he obtained the capital that allowed him to prosper from the demon-like merchant who was perhaps a demon in disguise, Dalton's path in the underworld of Soft Maple City had never been smoother. Bandit gangs came to him one after another, and even the nobles in the city had to show him respect. This good life lasted until the merchant who gave Dalton the capital came to ask for a return. Originally, he wanted to do what he did countless times: use boundless promises in exchange for other people's precious wealth. When the victims came to their senses and came to ask for payment, he would tear up the agreement and beat them up or throw them directly into the sewers to feed the rats. However, Dalton miscalculated. He only showed a slight sign of wanting to break the agreement in front of the demon merchant, and his skin was torn apart by the flames. After using up some magic amulets that he had accumulated over the years to buy, he was lucky enough to survive. He wanted to report this heresy to the divine priest who preached in the city. Once again, he miscalculated. Before he could finish exaggerating the horror and evilness of the demons, the priest roared, "The villains who make deals with the demons need to be completely purified." At that moment, it was as if the priests had forgotten any words related to salvation in their doctrines that they often preached. After killing the priest who roared to purify him, Dalton, who had no place in the world, had no choice but to obey the agreement and come to this damned place called Avernus to start his life in Bardo. However, due to the punishment for breaking the agreement, as soon as he walked out of the portal of Avernus, he was thrown to the mercenary recruitment office by the demon merchant. Then, he was immediately arranged to participate in the latest bloody battle. To be honest, when he first came to Bardo a few days ago, seeing all kinds of demons on the streets and avoiding the deadly fireballs that fell from the sky, Dalton and his subordinates were almost scared to death. One had to know that before they came to this damned place, in Soft Maple City, even a child knew that the most unyielding person in the city was not the city lord who only knew how to give orders, but Dalton, the boss of all the gang bosses. But in fact, if he knew what bloody battle really meant, he would not have been scared to death. "Little bastards, come with me. Let's meet the guys who got the new weapons." It was not that Dalton did not listen to the report of the unlucky man just now. In fact, it was he who ordered people to investigate Keyes and his party. This was also one of the many tricks that Dalton had mastered, learned to weigh the weight of others before making a plan. He tidied up his open-necked shirt, which was wrapped around his body due to his sweat, and put on the iconic bowler hat of the broom eyebrows. Dalton stood up from the stone stool and stomped his feet as if he wanted to shake off the hell soil that had soaked his shoes. His rosaceous nose opened and closed slightly, and he muttered in a cunning and cruel voice, "This damned place makes my nose uncomfortable. Everywhere is uncomfortable." Keyes and the ogres who had just finished testing the so-called Hellscream outside the mercenary camp happened to meet the broom eyebrows who wanted to weigh their weight. Chapter 31. What are these little guys talking about? Blue, the ogre who stood beside Keyes, asked the ogre who was blocking their way. He had yet to master the spell language proficiency. Indeed, after coming to Bator, Keyes had force-fed him some infernal language, but the little guys in front of him obviously did not speak the common language of the underworld. "Stop, ogre idiots!" and that country boy who came out of nowhere. The one who shouted was the big voice of the Broom Brows gang. His name was Gary, but Boss Dalton needed someone with such a strong voice to convey what he wanted to say. "I heard that the demons gave you something new. Show it to the Broom Brows gang." The big voice rubbed his hands as if he was about to beat someone up. Damn it, can't you understand human language? Hey, I'm talking to you, country bumpkin. The loud voice that he was most proud of did not seem to attract the attention of the ogres. The big voice seemed to be a little angry. He raised his right hand and pointed at Keys, who was standing behind the ogres. It seemed like he was being treated as a pushover. Although the blue dragon's body had developed quickly enough, he could still change his body shape according to his age using magic. Although he was taller and stronger than the average human teenager, he looked just like a teenager to others. Quest looked at the mercenaries who were pointing at him and yelling at him in a language he couldn't understand. He didn't even need to waste his mana to cast language proficiency on himself. Just by looking at their appearance and cowardice, he could tell that these people were some low-level villains from other planes. Ignore them. Let's go, Keys added in his heart. They were just cannon fodder anyway. He signaled the ogres to return to the camp. The acting commander of the chain ogre had just sent a barbed ogre guard to inform them that a group of decent mercenaries had been sent to the camp. He wanted to ask Keys to give him some advice on how to deploy the troops. This kid really came from a remote village. He's been with the ogres for so long that he can't even understand human speech. How dare you ignore us? The bandits had always thought that Keys was the human youth that the three ogres had captured to act as their interpreter or food storage. Not long ago, they had even seen him following behind an ogre, dragging a heavy box containing new weapons across half of the camp. There was never a shortage of reckless thugs in any gang of thugs. These reckless thugs always exploded completely at the beginning of their anger. They had no habit of accumulating anger, and they always lacked a grasp of the actual situation they were in. After the ogre and the blue dragon ignored Broom Eyebrows and his gang's provocation, a few of them jumped out from the group of self-proclaimed heroes. To be honest, if they were still in Soft Maple City, Broombrows Dalton would have cheered for these little bastards. Their decisive moves often showed their decisiveness, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies before the battle even started. But it was different now. This was the demon's lair. Who knew if the seemingly harmless appearance was actually a demon's disguise? Dalton only wanted to weigh the weight of the only human-like creature in the camp. He reckoned that the creature had some weight to it, since it was able to survive in this godforsaken place. Only after evaluating the feasibility of the plan, if possible, would he be prepared to do what he did to the garrison captain under the Soft Maple City's city lord. He would use bribery, fraud, threats, and other means to put him into his bag so that he could use him at any time. This shitty place is really strange. Those little bastards who couldn't even squeeze an egg out of them have become so strong-willed in this place. Damned idiots, messing up my plan. Dalton was so angry that he almost went crazy, but he did not want his subordinates to see his weakness. He did not know what to do for a moment. The first one to attack was not Broom Eyebrows, who had been loudly provoking them at the beginning. Instead, it was an inconspicuous burglar. This burglar, who was only used to stealing in the dark, was now as fierce as a warrior. He first hid in the shadow behind Broom Eyebrows and threw his net at Keys and the others. The burglar purposely added some extra material to the net. The net, which was originally used to steal pet dogs, was now covered with sharp iron shards. After throwing the net, the burglar jumped out of the group with a butcher's knife and went straight for his target. At the same time, he was imagining the cruel scene of his knife stabbing into the ignorant country bumpkin's body wrapped in his bramble net. Don't stab at those vital spots. Maybe Broom Eyebrows still has a use for that kid, the burglar reminded himself. The other gang members could not help but cheer for the burglar for these two beautiful consecutive attacks. For a moment, including Broom Eyebrows, a few other villains with quick reactions rushed forward with machetes, axes, and other weapons in their hands. Obviously, they did not want the burglar to monopolize the glory and wanted to get a share of the loot. Noticing the other villains who wanted to steal his kill, the burglar could not help but curse in his heart. These bastards need to be taught a lesson. Keyes also had the same thought. These guys, who were brought here by demons from an unknown material plane to be cannon fodder, were really ignorant and fearless. Even the Bat-Devil, who was much stronger than them, had to follow the rules of hell and accumulate merits little by little to be promoted. Obey the orders of the superior was Batsu's iron law. No demon in the camp dared to directly attack his superior. If they wanted to die, it would be better to fight a bailer alone than to do this stupid thing. A few barbed eyebrows, who were originally standing in the distance and watching these country bumpkins argue with each other, saw that the mercenaries dared to draw their knives. They roared angrily and rushed over like clockwork. The low-level cannon fodder wanted to attack the combat staff officer in the camp. In their eyes, Keyes, the combat staff officer, was also a country bumpkin from the material plane. This was simply an unforgivable act of rebellion. If their ambush had succeeded, these devil guards would have been sent to the military court for their negligence. Keyes reacted faster than the barbed eyebrows. The blue dragon, who had excellent dynamic vision, dodged the net when it flew over. Without using any magic ability, Keyes took out the wailing double-barreled shotgun and jumped in front of the burglar, who was still launching a jump attack. With an imperceptible smile on his face, Keyes muttered in a low voice, "If I shoot at close range, I won't be able to miss the target." With a bang, the fire and metal shrapnel almost hit the burglar's head at the same time. There was no scream because the victim's head disappeared in an instant, leaving only the twitching body that fell back under the kinetic force. The white and blood-red shrapnel burst out of the burglar's head and splashed on the other villains who wanted to snatch the head. The eyeball-sized shrapnel was stuck in Loud Voice's mouth. After he struggled to vomit for a while and coughed out the disgusting thing, he found that the shrapnel was actually the burglar's eyeball. But it was a blessing in disguise. When he vomited, he rushed much slower and fell behind one of his companions. So he dodged the second shot from the wailing. But the one who rushed in front of him was not so lucky. The shrapnel tore through the light rattan armor the thug wore like a piece of paper, and then drilled out from his back. A large hole that almost split him in half appeared on the body of the attacker. Clean and efficient, Keyes was satisfied with his shooting this time. Imitating the cowboy's action of putting away the gun, he gently blew at the muzzle that was emitting gunpowder smoke before putting away the wailing. At this time, the barbed demon guards had already rushed over and chopped the remaining villains who dared to attack into pieces with their big knives, as if they were vegetables. In front of the 6-feet-tall Hell's minions, these brave men of Soft Maple City were as weak as children. "You bunch of filthy bastards, you actually dare to attack the battle staff officer of the camp. You are simply lawless." A captain of the barbed demon guards spat out sparks of spittle while cursing this group of villains in infernal language. Even more barbed demons rushed over from afar and surrounded this group of people, but they did not rashly launch an attack. Chapter 32. Broom Eyebrows, what should we do? A lackey asked his boss as he gripped his weapon. Surrounded by more than a dozen barbed fiend guards, he appeared to be very nervous, his voice even trembling. Ignoring his subordinate's question, Dalton himself was also very terrified. Fight? Definitely not. Even if he used all his trump cards and encouraged his lackeys to fight for him for a while, he probably would not be able to escape from the base of these demons. Beg for mercy? The problem was that there was no language barrier, and there was no way to communicate at all. Hell, wasn't the demon merchant who forced him to come to this godforsaken place very eloquent? Why was there no one here who could speak? The demon leading the charge only knew how to roar. A dozen barbed fiend guards had suppressed more than 100 members of the gang, but they did not attack. Instead, they kept cursing with filthy, infernal words. Keyes knew very well that these guards had no intention of executing all the gang members now, as long as he, the combat staff officer of the camp in name, did not give the order. The reason why the barbed fiend guards did not hesitate to kill the gang that attacked them was because their rebellious behavior had violated the laws of hell, and they had to be severely punished. As for the remaining villains who did not have the time to act, they were the valuable assets of the camp. They would still be useful after the war broke out, even for low-tier Batsu. The barbed fiend guards were not stupid. If these mercenaries were all dead when the bloody battle broke out, the order of their appearance by their superiors would probably be pushed forward. That chain man is here. The one who spoke was the Ogre Neru. He was very interested in the chain of armor and weapons that grew from the body of the camp's acting commander, and had even given the chained fiend an interesting nickname, Chained Man. Oh my, what's going on? The acting commander of the chained fiend guards in the camp ran over, dragging a chain behind him as he shouted, "Who's so bold to rebel in my camp?" Running to Keyes' side, the chained fiend guard greeted Keyes warmly, asking if he was hurt. After getting a negative answer, he put on a "thank goodness you're not" expression. Of course, it was fake concern. After all, this was the hell of Bator, one of the places in the multiverse where power and authority were most closely matched. As the acting commander of the camp, he was confident that he could suppress all the other Batsu in the camp with his own strength. Since the one who came out of nowhere had the right to give him a score in the post-battle report, how could he be defeated by such a weak little bug? You bunch of brainless retards. Our combat staff officer, Mr. Keyes, was almost assassinated because of your carelessness. As long as he could win the favor of this combat staff officer, the chances of him removing the word acting and being promoted to an official commander would be higher. As long as there was a chance to climb to a higher position, the devils would not easily give it up. In order to perform better, not only did the chained demon angrily curse the incompetence of the guards under him, but he also whipped them with the chains wrapped around his body. In Bator, the subordinate demons were nothing more than numbers on the battle damage report that was being written or would be written in the future. This was not out of strictness or discipline, but a law of rearing beasts in the huge demonic coliseum of Bator. If the subordinate demons were not ruthlessly oppressed, their nature of coveting the throne and daring to plot any evil schemes would bring disaster. The first victim would be their own demon commander in the chain that they were loyal to. Therefore, when the chain demon punished these barbed demon guards, it had no intention of holding back its strength. It had gone through countless similar harsh punishments to get to the position of acting commander, not to mention that it had a chance to show off its management ability in front of Keyes. In order to increase the punishment, spikes grew on the chains, and every whip would take away a small piece of flesh from the victim. But none of the barbed demons dared to resist or dodge the painful punishment. Anyway, the demons had a certain regenerative ability. Although the beating was painful, it would not cause death. Of course, this was only for the lower world creatures with good physique. If ordinary people were whipped by the vicious spiked chains, they would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. Hey, why are those demons fighting among themselves? Shut up, I'm not deaf. It's the ears. The minions of the Broom Eyebrows gang were secretly shocked when they saw the chain demon beating up the barbed demon guards. They wondered if they would lose an arm or a leg if they were to be whipped like that. Keyes had no interest in watching the chain demon's performance. The battle was imminent. Perhaps in the next minute, multiple demons of Tana would appear in front of them through the overlapped plains. The young blue dragon was a practical child who could not wait to spend every minute and every second on preparing for the battle and improving its strength. It was all for the sake of what it had promised the three ogre brothers, to survive this bloody battle without any danger. Keyes raised his hand and grabbed the wrist of the chain demon, who was waving the chain vigorously. The chain demon was obviously surprised by the strength of a human teenager like Keys. But then, the chain demon quickly hid its expression. It did not want to show such emotions in front of its subordinates. It would only make them doubt its ability and stir up more conspiracies against it. We're pressed for time. Perhaps we can let these people lead the assault team as punishment. Keys said concisely as he stared at the chain demon. The chain demon's acting commander put on a ferocious expression as if it was trying to curry favor with How Run. Of course, I have to admire your quick decision. I mean, it's a good idea to let these lowlifes do the rough work. That's right. After pleasing the person who was crucial to his promotion, the chained demon immediately turned his ugly face to the few guards he had just whipped. You lowly bastards! Did you hear the chief of staff plead for you? Take these scum from the material plane away, and keep an eye on them. When the camp is attacked for the first time, you'll lead the charge. If you're lucky, you might survive. He, you lowlifes. That was the first sentence Dalton and the others heard from the guards in the camp. After the chain demon gave the order, it then invited Keys to meet the new big shot. Only the barbed demon guards, who were casually sent to their deaths by the sinister consigliera and the harsh acting commander, were left to clean up the mess. These low-level demons, who were as ferocious as their superiors, finally made an exception and used spells that they were not very familiar with. And when they used the language proficiency spell, the casting material was the tongues of the villains from the Broombrows gang. Perhaps it was because they rarely used this spell, or purely for the purpose of venting their anger. The barbed demon even cut off the tongues of dozens of people before it could successfully speak words that the other villains could understand. Anyway, the loss of tongues did not affect the use of cannon fodder. Chapter 33. Chain Demon used Purgatory, which had a strong accent and strict vocabulary, to introduce another group of people who came to the low-intensity battlefield to gain experience and slack off. A goblin in a strange outfit, a Sahuagin whose gender was unknown, and a team of semi-constructed guards, led by a golem leader, were the members of this gold-plated group. Staff Officer Keys, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Ragnar Spanner. He is a recently naturalized noble duke of the foreign goblin kingdom who admires the great Bator civilization. Based on the large number of slave resources provided by this friendly kingdom for the construction of the first level of Bator, Avernus, and the recommendation of the Bator Diplomatic and Strategic Research Center, this gentleman will be a war observer and experience the test of a bloody battle up close. Chain Demon turned his head politely and said to the war observer, Ragnar Spanner, although there is a certain amount of danger as a war observer, I believe that you will be able to overcome it and learn the essence of Bator's war civilization in battle through Chain Demon's lengthy introduction. Keys had a preliminary understanding of this bloody battle observation team that was sent to Bator. What was unusual was that this team was led by a great noble from the Goblin Technological Empire, which was adjacent to the machinery realm. The entire team of well-equipped semi-constructed guards, and the mechanical warrior leading them were the personal guards and guards of the goblin noble. The last member of the team, the Sahuagin whose gender was unknown, was an advanced sea priest who was captured by the goblins and used as a spellcaster. What an interesting combination, and I don't know what aesthetic style it is. This was Keys's first reaction. As the leader of the party, the goblin noble wore a form-fitting formal robe that resembled a suit. He also wore a pair of oiled leather pointy boots. The top of his head was shiny, and a pair of metal goggles were tied to his forehead with a belt. They looked like two small broken horns. He seemed to be able to understand the relatively obscure infernal without any hindrance. When Chain Demon introduced him to Keys, he politely bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his chest. His other hand was holding a small folding umbrella made entirely of metal. The fireballs falling from the sky of Avernus fell on this umbrella like real rain, making a faint pop sound and then completely disappearing. Only occasionally, the runes inscribed on the metal umbrella would give off an almost undetectable flash. That little thing is dressed in an interesting way. Blue the ogre, who was standing behind Kith, whispered to his brother in a muffled voice. He gestured with his thick fingers as if he was measuring the height of the goblin. When Na Lu saw this, he gently patted his belly, but still let out a chuckle. "How dare you two filthy ogres mock the great Lord Riknaz?" The Sawajan spellcasters beside the goblin noble seemed to have been angered by the ogre's frivolous actions, and they let out a scolding. Keys recognized the voice of the Sawajan. It was a female Sawajan. As the Sawajan sea priestess scolded, she waved her hand and cast a spell-like ability unique to her race, Ghost Bite. A phantom of a soul shark's head appeared behind Blue the ogre. The shark's huge jaws suddenly closed, as if the phantom's sharp teeth had suddenly become real. "Be careful!" "Damn it!" A few different curses were mixed together. The huge shark's mouth did not bite the flesh on Blue's back. The ogre gourmet cast a spell just as the fangs were about to touch him. A special candy, similar to popping candy, was tossed into his mouth. In a flash, Blue's body was vaporized. The shark's sharp teeth bit the air and made a bang sound. It was very powerful. Blue's body turned into a cloud of smoke and floated backward. Although this form made him immune to physical attacks, he would suffer additional damage when he was attacked by magic. He had to retreat to a safe place and use the advantage of a spellcaster to cooperate with his brothers in battle. This was a tactic that he had practiced many times. Seeing their brothers being attacked, Neru and Paru were instantly enraged. The ogre blacksmith waved his huge ebony flail and charged forward, which Dr. Paru cooperated with Keys, who had drawn his scimitar and was about to execute the decapitation tactic. The ogre blacksmith waved his troll skull staff, and an acid bullet flew close to the ground at a tricky angle towards the leader of the opposing team, Riknaz. "Stop!" With a furious roar, the camp's chain troll acting commander used his body to block Paru's acid bullet. He could not sit idly by and watch the battlefield observer arranged by his superiors be attacked. If the goblin noble was injured, the situation would be out of control. The chain troll could not bear such a huge burden. The acid bullet hit the chains wrapped around the chain troll's body. The metallic surface of the chains hissed as they were corroded. However, the rust on the surface acted as a barrier, effectively preventing further damage from the acid. As for the acid that seeped through the cracks of the chains and stuck to his skin, it could not harm the intermediate Batsa Devil, who had strong acid resistance. However, that was all the chain troll could do. He had wanted to restrain Keys, who had drawn his scimitar, but the young blue dragon had gradually adapted to his human form and had nimbly dodged the chain's interference. The chain troll only wanted to take control of the situation. Just as the chain troll was about to add a few more chains to complete its goal, the ogre Neru's charge interrupted its actions. The heavily armored ogre warrior was twice its height and 4 times its weight. The chain troll staggered from the impact. If it weren't for the heavy chains wrapped around its body, the impact would have sent it flying. The chain troll's violent nature was stirred up by the impact. The cunning creature had no intention of continuing to fight to the death with Keys, who it could not see through, and Neru, whose physique was far superior to that of an ordinary ogre. It chose to avoid the enemy's main force and strike at the enemy's weak points, treating Paru as its opponent. It seemed like the ogre liked to attack with acid, and it was difficult for acid to hurt it. As for the observer, the chain troll believed that as long as it captured the slightly skinny ogre voodoo doctor in front of it, these people would not kill the goblins so easily. The chain troll was quick to come up with a plan, but it had overlooked two problems. First, did the ogre voodoo doctor really only have acid attacks? The answer was no. Seeing the chain troll charge at him, Paru revealed a triumphant smile. He waved the troll's skull, and a large yellow fog enveloped the chain troll. When the chain troll charged out of the fog and carefully checked for any signs of poisoning or other negative effects, it realized that the yellow fog was a powerful adhesive. It was a voodoo spell the ogre voodoo doctor had invented himself, aerosol. The chains that had been as easy as waving an arm were now stuck together. The protective armor had become a large metal cocoon that trapped the chain troll. Additionally, the chain troll did not expect the combined attacks of the ogre warrior and keys to be nullified. Even the ogre, who was as heavy as an elephant, was cleverly neutralized by the leader of the goblin's guards, the golem warrior. Neru's flail and Key's scimitar only made a few meaningless metallic clangs when they struck the golem. It was completely ineffective. The golem warrior was like a monk. Not only did it have an indestructible body, but it also cleverly nullified the attacks of the two warriors as it moved. The golem, which was no different from a normal human, seemed to have been equipped with a functional module that only heavy-armored golems would have: attack while defense. It only needed to occasionally throw a few jabs or slashes in between its simple defense to tire the two attackers out. Keyes estimated that even if he transformed into a dragon or used magic, he might not be able to quickly finish off the powerful opponent in front of him. All of you, please stop. Mr. 21, please do not cause unnecessary friendly harm. The goblin noble looked at his golem friend with satisfaction. He had found and repaired this golem at the border between the Empire and the machine realm. Back then, even though Spanner, as the #1 ruling family of the Goblin Empire, had an almost unlimited supply of materials, and Ricknaz himself was one of the top scholars in the Empire in terms of science and technology. He was known as the spanner that moves gears. Even so, he had encountered great difficulties when repairing this severely damaged but extremely precise golem warrior. Fortunately, the golem awakened after completing part of the repair work. Through communication, it guided Ricknaz to complete the final repair work. During that time, the two of them formed a relationship that was like a teacher and also a friend. Golem number 21, who had long forgotten its original orders because of the severe damage, voluntarily accompanied Ricknaz. Usually, it acted as the captain of the guards, and when it came to scientific research, it was the goblin's research partner. Golem number 21 had an intelligent calculation ability that other constructs could not compare to. Through learning, it had mastered more than one combat skill of a combat profession. It even mastered some unique spell-like abilities. Gentlemen, please allow me to apologize first. Just now, my team member took the initiative to launch a rude attack with ill intentions. Ricknaz bowed a little more than before. Then, he glanced at number 21. The golem who received the signal said, "Order received, Sir Commander." With a voice that sounded like a synthesized electronic voice, the golem warrior quickly retreated from the battle. Key stopped Neru, who wanted to chase after it. This golem's superb martial arts and the strange spell-like abilities that it would use from time to time showed that it was definitely a tough nut to crack. The warrior who retreated from the battle walked straight to the sea priest. The golem was only half the height of the Sawajan, but when he punched the shark-like monster's slightly light-colored abdomen, its waist bent almost 90 degrees. The female Sawajan who could not withstand such a blow let out a painful howl, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Blue blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. The golem warrior's chest mechanically twisted, revealing a hole. Inside, there was a dark blue heart that was still beating with a few soft tubes inserted into it. The golem gently used its finger to touch the heart hidden in its body, and a weak electric current was released from its fingertip onto it. At this time, the Sawajan priest, who had fallen to the ground, was as if struck by lightning. Its whole body twitched, and its skin secreted a sticky liquid that looked like sweat. The goblin Riknaz walked to the priest, lying on the ground, and looked down at the Sawajan in a condescending manner. "Madam, please stop your little tricks. The dagger in your hand and the plan to provoke a conflict just now will bring unnecessary trouble to me and my friends. As a captive, you have to fulfill your obligation to serve me for 50 years. This is the equivalent exchange of keeping your right to breathe. I hope this is the last time. If you have similar plans, I advise you to put them away." That's because Mr. 21 will turn this last warning into an absolute fact the moment you have this kind of thought. The goblin spoke in fluent Inferno language, and Keys and Chained could easily understand. He obviously wanted to explain the reason for this conflict through narration rather than justification. After that, he once again exchanged greetings with Keys and the rest, and generously gave them some very unique goblin creations as compensation. That's the best. The misunderstanding has been cleared. Chained, who had waited for the gel to dry, and forcibly broke free from the chain cocoon, waved his hand to dismiss some of the barbed demon guards who had gathered around. A bloody battle is imminent. Every bit of strength is precious. If there is such a situation again, then a meal of sashimi as a reward is also a good choice. After saying this joke that he thought was funny, the chain demon gestured as if to emphasize his determination. Chapter 34. The two consecutive conflicts made Keys more aware of the characteristics of this place. The Hell of Bator is indeed a place where compassion withers and resentment flourishes. The blue dragon teenager breathed in the sulphurous air of Avernus, the first layer of Bator. He seemed to feel the anxiety brought by the environment. I must learn to control my emotions and become the master of my emotions, not its servant. After meditating for a while and adjusting his emotions, Keys began to continue his pre-battle preparations. The three ogre brothers were sleeping soundly in another camp. Thanks to the structure of the corpus callosum in his brain, the blue dragon teenager did not need to sleep to prepare spells and do some other things. The battle with the golem just now exposed some problems. In the case of mimicry, Keys still lacked some effective means of attack in his human form. The wailing double-barreled shotgun was an antique weapon after all. It lacked power. At the same time, once 2 rounds of ammunition were fired, it had to be reloaded in time. During the battle with the golem, because he did not have time to reload, he could not use it. This made Keys realize that this weapon had a huge shortcoming in terms of continuous firepower. Apart from the issue of endurance, Keys knew that the enemies he would soon face, the Thanner Re-Demons, were mostly immune to electric and poison damage through his own memories and some pre-battle information issued by the Hell of Bator. As a result, the lightning attack that he could use freely was almost useless. Unless he increased the electric current output and voltage, he could penetrate the demon's resistant skin and cause damage. But this would quickly deplete his stored energy if he only used the curved sword as a means of attack. Even if he relied on the bonus of his constitution, he could only reach the level of some high-level demons. It was absolutely impossible to crush them, and no matter how high-level the demons were, unless they were at the level of a demon lord or above, they were all expendable in the cruel, bloody battlefield. They were only slightly better than cannon fodder. As for martial arts, although he had been practicing diligently recently, and at the same time he was better at summarizing patterns and correcting them, Keys was still not confident that he could reach the level of a real master with the same strength and speed. In today's battle with the golem was clearly unarmed and did not use too much strength. Yet, it was still able to easily suppress the combined attacks of him and an ogre warrior. This was enough to prove something. Perhaps we can refer to the design of a Gauss rifle. Keyes rubbed the double-barreled shotgun and suddenly had some inspiration. The Blue Dragon has the talent to control electromagnetic power. This ability used to be a simple spitting attack, using the power of lightning itself to kill. If I can find a way to control the electromagnetic beam, I can use electromagnetic acceleration to launch a metal bullet and convert it into a kinetic attack. Only a few demonic entities or slime monsters are immune to physical attacks. Keyes looked at the various metal warheads in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After a whole night of practice, he figured out how to restrain his electromagnetic ability. After trying to launch an iron nail that he randomly picked up, he knew that his idea was successful. Through electromagnetic acceleration, the iron nail pierced through the uniform armor of hell that was set up nearly 1,000 meters outside the camp. In the process of collision, the iron nail rolled and caused a large hole to appear on the surface of the armor as if it had been twisted and rubbed by a giant, and then pierced through. The requirements of continuous power and high-precision parts that originally limited the range and power of electromagnetic weapons were easily overcome under Keyes's instinctive electromagnetic control. Any metal of any shape could be launched by adjusting the electromagnetic field. However, in order to achieve a good continuous shooting speed, the Blue Dragon asked the craftsmen in the smelting workshop in the camp to create 3 standard warheads. The shuttle-shaped warhead had a high initial speed, suffered the least resistance during flight, and had the longest attack range. Together with Eagle Eye, it could achieve a precise attack on long-range targets. The oval-shaped warhead had the largest mass and had a shorter attack range, but the impact was the strongest. It was known as the super electromagnetic gun and could effectively kill large targets. The grape-like warhead had a grape-like shape. After electromagnetic acceleration, it could form the effect of a short-range shotgun. It could cover an area and kill the surrounding enemy targets. There were 1,000 warheads of each type, and Keyes also asked the fire elemental craftsmen in the camp to make the same batch every day. In order to store the ammunition, Keyes also bought a spatial storage belt from the gnome noble. As a reward, Keyes copied a dozen magic scrolls for Riknaz and modified a large number of alchemy bombs for the gnome magician. Keyes completed this work with the help of the ogre magician Blue. He was not the only one who was busy preparing for the bloody battle. A pair of huge crab claws stabbed into the rock wall and brought down a piece of gravel. Another pair of arms stretched out from the front of the chest, tightly clung to the edge of the rock, and supported the head of a vicious dog with horns. This was a Glabrizu that was more than 18 feet tall and weighed nearly 3 tons. Although the demons in the abyss were different from the devils in Bator, there was no difference between the demons of each race. In fact, experts who were proficient in demonology generally believed that their rank was determined by their strength, and there was no rule to follow. Even the lowest abyssal worms and Dretch could grow to become a demon lord. However, the average individual strength of each demon race was definitely different. Similarly, the probability of a Baelor becoming a demon lord was definitely much higher than that of a Dretch. Although the Glabrizu was not the top demon race, it was definitely one of the best in the abyss. Those traitors, perjurers, and other evil souls who betrayed their country were most likely to become this kind of demon after falling into the abyss. They were used to using their fierce appearance to cover their treacherous nature. Of course, being used to betrayal and liking to conspiracy did not mean that they were smarter than others. In the abyss, there were still a lot of Glabrizu that fell into the trap of other demons. For example, Gurgen. This evil demon that had been born for more than 7,000 years had once entered the Acid Fog Canyon the 473rd level of the abyss, because it had blindly believed in the fragmented information brought about by some prophecy spells. It carried the sweet dream of eating demon worms every day and entered the 473rd level of the abyss. He thought it was a cafeteria, but when he arrived, he found that it was actually a kitchen. What was even more terrifying was that Gergen himself had become an ingredient in the kitchen. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of sneaking into other planes. However, the burning skywalkers hovering in the sky, the planar laws modified by the tyrant worm, had caused many demons more powerful than him to succumb to their fate. The nature of demons was ferocious, but they were not fearless of death. If the demons in the material plane were killed, they would be demoted by the will of the abyss, and they would climb out of the blood pool at the bottom of the abyss to become an abyssal worm and continue to evolve. Although this was terrifying, it was not hopeless. However, if they were killed in the abyss, then there was no hope of immunity. Death was death. Gergen could not forget the scene of a powerful Baylor dying under the siege of an army of burning skywalkers and constantly twisting scourge swarm. It had no choice but to end its life with a self-immolation explosion. He chose to compromise and obediently accepted the parasitism of the acid worms, becoming a candidate for the scourge swarm. Because of this, he was given a chance to live. However, out of nature, the Glabrezu used deceit, and other means to make the intelligent acid worms in his body fight for dominance of his future body. Objectively speaking, his plan was close to success. Originally, with the Glabrezu's physique, it would only take a dozen years for the Glabrezu to be completely occupied by the worms, and the process of erosion into a swarm of worms was greatly prolonged. After 100 years, the worms still could not completely control the creature and evolve into a powerful demon unique to the acid fog canyon. However, these acid worms that used the Glabrezu's body as a battlefield and devoured each other for nearly 100 years finally emerged as the final victor, occupying almost the entire pincer of the Glabrezu. The whole crab pincer emitted a dark, rotten color. Upon closer inspection, one could see the sticky tail of the worm wriggling under the dark green skin. This worm, in the form of a symbiotic body, had become a brand new promotion template for the acid mist worm. We finally escaped from that damned place. The bloody battle was imminent, and Avernus was gradually approaching the abyssal plane that they were about to conquer. Before both sides could mobilize their armies to the gray plains that connected the two planes for a head-on confrontation, both sides had placed many frontline spies through the weak points between the planes. In order to achieve this tactical strike, the tyrant worm even unlocked the dimensional lock that had been suppressing the plane and sent a group of demons to Avernus to secretly investigate the enemy they were about to face. Gergen had come to Avernus through a newly formed plane passage. Following Gergen were half a dozen vulture-like vrocs. They flapped their wings and flew out of the pit before the Glabrezu. At this time, they were hiding in a small cave at the edge of the cliff, waiting quietly. They needed to gradually adapt to the slight weakening of the body caused by the order tendency of the abyssal plane. Glabrezu, you need to move quickly. The great tyrant worm did not send you here for a vacation. The worm that parasitized Gergen's pincer had evolved the ability to communicate telepathically. Compared to the ordinary Tana, the order of abyssal plane had a stronger weakening effect on a creature that had part of the ancient Obilus demon's genetic information. The Glabrezu could feel a deep sense of powerlessness in its pincer, which only had a faint feeling of being parasitized. The parasitic worm's breathing holes were violently opening and closing as if it wanted to quickly adapt to the air environment here. Indeed, we need to move quickly. The Glabrezu, who had just climbed up the cliff, raised its pincer and chopped down on its pincer, which had become gray and shriveled due to the parasitism. At the base of the other pincer, Half of its pincer was chopped off, as if it was not its own body. The huge pincer clamped on the pincer that had not been chopped off and pulled hard. With the help of the arm-like appendages on its chest, the parasitized pincer completely fell off. Blood and bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. Perhaps it was because of the parasitism of the acid mist worm's flesh. Emerald green blood flowed out of the pincer's severed pincer, and the black blood that was common to Tana demons dripped from the severed pincer's body. Gurgen, how dare you? The acid mist worm that had parasitized the pincer of the Glabrezu did not die. It kept cursing and threatening Gurgen. However, the Glabrezu responded to the telepathic message of the parasite that was originally its amulet with a hammer of chaos. No, 2, 3, until the pincer's pincer and Lyman's acid mist worm were smashed into minced meat. The Glabrezu, whose body was still dripping with blood, let out a joyful howl. The 6 Vroks that were hiding around were all attracted by the sound. When they gathered around and saw Gurgen's severed pincer and the small pit with emerald green liquid in front of it, they all understood the reason. Not doing anything? Or do you want to fight me? The Glabrezu opened its mouth that looked like a vicious dog's and revealed a sneer. A few Vroks looked at each other as if they had received some inspiration. They used their sharp beaks and claws to pull out parasitic acid mist worms from each other's feather-covered bodies. Some were casually thrown to the ground and trampled to death. Some were thrown into their mouths and chewed. From time to time, 1 or 2 of them would curse in the abyssal language because their companions had scratched them. The same thing kept happening as more and more demons climbed out of the pit. By the time the crack in the plain disappeared, thousands of demons had gathered at the edge of the pit. The Glabrezu used its strength to command these demons that were sent to Avernus to do reconnaissance work. The occasional demons that disobeyed its orders were all turned into its own nutrients. With these nutrients from the abyss, the Glabrezu's severed pincer on the left had grown back, but it was slightly smaller than the right one, wiping the flesh and blood that flowed out of its mouth. Gurgen, who had eaten a full meal of Tana flesh, looked at the demons gathered around him. It was only then that he remembered what he should do now. As demons, the Tana's nature of resisting order would make every creature who tried to manage them collapse. Even the demon lord could only instruct them to do some simple things. However, as compensation, the demons of the abyss far exceeded their eternal enemy, the Batsa devil, who lived in Bator. Demon commanders often had dozens of times more soldiers to consume than demon commanders, so they had a higher margin of error. Even as a scouting team, the Glabrezu had thousands of Tana to consume, and there were no less than tens of thousands of teams with the same mission. So for the demons, the so-called scouting of the enemy was very simple. Gurgen did not think that he could be stronger than the demon lord, so he just pointed in a direction and roared in the abyssal language, "Attack in this direction, find those hypocritical demons hiding, and kill them all." Simple and effective orders, easy to understand, and easier to execute. As long as all the demons were dead, Gurgen's mission would be completed. As a Glabrezu, he could use a greater teleportation spell to escape at any time. As for whether he would return to report, it depended on the plan at the time. It had to be said that this was very demonic. Chapter 35. The heroes of the Broombrow's gang were in for a bad time. Under the suggestion of an unscrupulous battle strategist, the thugs were assigned to repair the defensive fortifications of the mercenary camp so that they wouldn't waste their energy. With the strict supervision of the barbed demon guards and ample supplies, the watchtowers, ridged walls, shooting parapets, and trenches were repaired in just a few thousand working hours. However, the price they had to pay was that the thugs, who were always in high spirits, turned into shrimps after work every day. Fortunately, Bator never mistreated the mercenaries from other planes when it came to food. Most of the demons in the lower planes didn't need to eat, and the thousands of planes that were responsible for providing supplies for the bloody war that was about to break out in Avernus were more than enough to provide all kinds of food for the mercenaries on the material planes. The livestock, slaves, soldiers, and even demons that died of illness, exhaustion, murder, or even punishment would not go to waste. Their flesh and blood would be minced and compressed into large luncheon meat cans, which would then be sterilized at high temperatures to ensure that no one would die from eating them. Finally, the cans would be shipped to the mercenary camps in other planes as protein-rich food supplements. Gourmet Brew was originally very interested in this technology, but when he wanted to learn it, he was told that he had to pay a high patent fee to the logistics department of Bator, and when he secretly cooked it for Keys and his brothers to taste, he finally gave up on the idea of learning this dark cuisine. Of course, Dalton and his brothers didn't know the raw materials and manufacturing methods of the canned food. They were only amazed at the richness of Bator that allowed them to eat meat for every meal, and lamented the fact that the food was a little greasy. It would be perfect if they had beer with rich bubbles like the ones in Soft Maple City. But the canned food was really satisfying. Just like that, Broom Eyebrows thugs were able to complete the basic fortifications with canned meat for every meal. But it was obvious that the demons wouldn't give them a few days to rest. The iconic building of Avernus, the Bronze Citadel, was already at the 13th floor and was still being expanded. Therefore, these unlucky fellows were arranged to continue widening the moat outside the already repaired city wall and build another outer city wall. The only thing that made them happy was the fact that new mercenaries from other planes had been sent into the camp over the past few days. Many of them had committed crimes and were sent to the construction site to be reformed through labor. The Broom Brows gang had found another target to bully. "You wretch, you only know how to slack off. Don't tell me you want to eat a whip." The boss was the boss. Even in this Devil's Big construction site, Dalton quickly mixed into the privileged class. To be honest, the average barbed fiend guard was no match for this barbarian fighter in terms of strength. In Bateau, strength was the guarantee of status, and status was the symbol of strength. Dalton had the strength comparable to the barbed demon guards. Naturally, he was silently regarded as a supervisor instead of a laborer. Dalton was especially happy today. It could be said that today was the happiest day since he came to Bator. It was because a group of old acquaintances, the leaders of the Mad Dog gang, who had opposed him in Soft Maple City, were also sent to this godforsaken place. And it seemed that they were even more miserable than him. They only brought a few subordinates, and could only work under the supervision of his whip. F***CK, that's what I said. I'm not the only one who did so many wicked things. Why should I go to hell alone? Dalton thought happily. The whip in his hand was not idle. From time to time, he would find Doug, who was known as Mad Dog. The quality of the leather whips produced in Bator, hell was absolutely guaranteed. When it hit a person, it would make a crisp sound like breaking a tree branch. The person being whipped would also experience the Niebuhr's gentle reminder attached to the whip, which would bring sharp and unbearable pain to the victim. If Doug, the Mad Dog, had not been so tough that he was immune to some of the effects of the whip, he would have been twitching on the ground like a dead dog. "Damn you, son of a bitch. I curse you to take root in this place that suits you until you grow mold and maggots." Mad Dog smashed his pickaxe into the soft red soil of Avernus. He imagined that the rock on the ground was Broom Brows Dalton's skull, and that he would smash it into pieces. "Ho, ho, ho, mortal, do you need some help?" A voice suddenly sounded in Doug's ears. If it were not for the crunching sound that sounded like crabs, the voice would have sounded kind and honest, just like the stubborn new judge in Soft Maple City. "Who are you?" Doug looked around and asked warily in a low voice. He did not see who was talking to him. He realized that the voice was probably a telepathic ability, just like the evil demon who tricked him into coming to this godforsaken place. Who am I? That's not important. I'm just a passerby who can't stand the oppression and exploitation here. Don't you want more power to break the shackles on your neck? The voice said patiently. Doug rudely interrupted the voice. Listen, I won't fall for your evil tricks again. Although I want power. It's fine as long as you admit that you want power. The person who asked the question interrupted Doug. As the voice sounded, a light that looked like a curtain of water flashed. The Glabrizu, who was still invisible around Doug, cast its monthly spell-like ability, Limited Wish. It could only be cast with the consent of the target, and the target could only be immortal. The Glabrizu was a master of deceit and lies. It was used to using this spell-like ability to satisfy the wishes of mortals who succumbed to its lies or tricks. However, most of the wishes would be distorted by the Glabrizu. Some people wished that they could be rich, but in the end, they might find that they were indeed rich after being teleported to an uninhabited island. Some people wished that they could be loved, but in the end, they found that the one who fell in love with them might be an alien creature from nowhere. And so on. The Glabrizu would not really help a mortal to fulfill their wishes. They were not afraid to distort the wishes of the petitioners with the greatest malice, provided that the mortals agreed to accept their help. Ho, ho, ho. The Glabrizu looked at the werewolf Doug, whose snout protruded, his legs turned into an anti-joint structure, and his hands turned into sharp claws. The Glabrizu laughed with satisfaction. Go and tear him apart. Go and take revenge. Go and vent your dissatisfaction with this place. Puppy. The mad dog had turned into a vicious wolf. As soon as Doug transformed into a werewolf, he turned into a black shadow and pounced on his favorite prey, Broom Eyebrows Dalton. The elite barbarian warrior was as surprised as the others at Doug's sudden transformation, but it did not affect his counterattack. Before the vicious wolf pounced on him, Dalton threw away the whip in his hand and put on his beloved steel boxing gloves. He twisted his waist, sucked in his stomach, and leaned slightly to the side to avoid the werewolf's pounce. Then he used the spiked boxing gloves to greet his old friend, who had turned into a monster. The werewolf's sharp claws only left some scratches on Dalton's armor, but Dalton's punch directly smashed the right side of his face. Puppy, come to daddy. Ha ha ha. Dalton ignored Broom Eyebrows' provocation. It was also possible that Doug had lost the ability to understand language after turning into a werewolf. There were pros and cons. The torn cheek muscles contracted a few times, and the wound was under control. It was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dalton's eyes darkened when he saw the change in Mad Dog. An opponent who could regenerate was the greatest challenge for a warrior. He stopped taunting the enemy and prepared to take the initiative to attack. He wanted to finish off this potential threat as soon as possible. However, as he changed his tactics, Mad Dog also changed his habit of risking his life to attack. As soon as Dalton launched his attack, the werewolf turned and fled, waiting for an opportunity to attack some of his minions. Taking their lives did not even slow him down. Damn it! What's wrong with Mad Dog? It was still a bit difficult to chase after the werewolf with 2 legs. Dalton's attacks could never hit the werewolf. In the short span of a dozen breaths, 5 to 6 laborers on the construction site had their necks slit by the sharp claws of the werewolves. Moreover, every time the werewolves killed a person, a streak of blood would appear on their claws. After taking a dozen lives, the blood at the tip of his claws seemed to have solidified. Suddenly, he howled, and the blood-red light flowed into his body through the wolf's mouth. All his muscles and bones instantly swelled, and his werewolf body changed again. Two arms with sharp claws broke through the skin between his ribs. After completing his new evolution, Werewolf Doug no longer fled. He turned around and attacked Dalton again. The barbed fiend guards in the area quickly learned of the situation, and they all hurried over. Keys and the others were even faster than them. They were meditating in the camp when the Glabrezu cast Limited Wish. The blue dragon boy, who had a keen sense for magical fluctuations, noticed something. Chapter 36. Enemy Attack. After identifying the type of magic wave in the air, Keys quickly realized that someone had cast a limited prayer spell. This was the specialty of the Glabrezu. After receiving Keys's warning, all the high-level combatants in the camp, including the chained demons, understood that a battle was about to break out. From top to bottom, the war machine of Bator began to operate. Armor and weapons were quickly distributed to every soldier. There was no need to mobilize for war. Demon officers of all levels led their soldiers to an appropriate position in an orderly manner. There was only the clamor of the mercenaries in the camp, but it was quickly suppressed by the supervision team, led by Chained Demon himself. In the Hell of Batsu, they had to abide by the rules. There was no need to shout and cheer. The Batsu devils only believed that order and discipline were the guarantee of victory. Mr. Keys, the camp's bastion is suspected to have encountered a disturbance caused by the demons. Since you're the first person to discover this problem, I need you to lead a small group to find the Glabrezu that's causing the destruction and the source of the disturbance. Before the demons launch a large-scale attack, we need to send enough soldiers to defend the perimeter. Keys had no objections to the arrangement of the chained demons acting as commander. Standing at the edge of the newly built battlements, he immediately saw the berserk werewolf causing chaos. He took an unloaded treadmill crossbow from the barbed demon soldier beside him, drew it with his hand, aimed, and fired. His movements were smooth and fluid. The crossbow bolts made from the spikes of the spiked demons cut through the air without making the slightest sound. The 3 bolts installed in the crossbow flew out in succession, covering the werewolf's possible movements in a triangular formation. 2 crossbow bolts missed, but the third one, which was about to miss, seemed to have hit something. Ah! With an angry roar, the Glabrezu's figure appeared from the effect of the veil of concealment. The spikes of the spiked demons had the effect of penetrating armor. The thick scales were pierced through without any resistance. Fortunately, the thick muscles tightly clamped the arrow, preventing it from entering. The infernal power on the tip of the arrow made the Glabrezu, who was not used to Avernus's laws, feel even more pain. Well done! The Batsu around him all cheered for Keys. But only he knew that in order to look cool, not only did he cast hold on the werewolf, he even added the effect of guidance on the crossbow bolts he shot out. But in the end, with a guilty conscience, the blue dragon boy threw the crossbow to its original user. He pulled out his sword and jumped down from the city wall. As expected, he was destined to be a melee fighter. Following closely behind was the ogre Neru. The ogre had been crafting many good things for himself in the blacksmith shop for the past few days. When he landed on the ground outside the bastion, a few laborers who were about to escape back to the city were immediately knocked down. Number 21, you don't have to worry about me. You can go down and relax. The goblin Renaz, who was also standing on the battlements, looked at his mechanical puppet friend, who was eager to fight after discovering the enemy, and said in a friendly tone, I have enough half-golem guards here. Just be careful not to accidentally hurt your allies. Mechanical puppet number 21 seemed to be happy when it heard that. The red light in its eye sockets flickered for a moment, and it let out an electronically synthesized voice. Roger that. Decepticons, attack. Keys, who heard the voice, could not help but turn around to look at the mechanical puppet in surprise. Doug, who had turned into a werewolf, pounced on the blue dragon boy when it noticed that the enemy was distracted. It used its sharp claws to tear the boy's throat. Then there was no then. Keys, who was a little annoyed by the sneak attack, used his fist to punch the werewolf's soft abdomen. It was as if he was hit by a megalosaurus. This was also the truth. The werewolf's eyes burst due to the sudden increase in blood pressure, and its spine was directly broken into several pieces. It was like a rag doll that had been trampled on, and it flew back faster than it pounced on Kieran. Keys leaned forward and slashed with his sword. The werewolf's head was separated from its body in midair. You think you can disobey the law just because you're a minor? Seriously? The mechanical puppet uttered a series of words that were incomprehensible. It overtook Neru, who had adjusted his posture and was ready to charge. It swept past Quess and ran directly towards the only remaining opponent in its sight. Glabrizu Gurgen had already pulled out the crossbow arrow embedded in its body. It did not care how much blood and minced meat it had brought out in such a crude way. The first thing it did was to insert the arrow that brought it pain into the body of the nearest creature. The eye socket of an unlucky broom eyebrows gang member became the final destination of the crossbow arrow. Ha ha ha! The Glabrizu, who had done this, laughed. Inflicting pain on the innocent was the best medicine for it. The stinging pain caused by the accumulated purgatory power in the wound did not seem so unbearable. Gurgen moved its injured appendages and commissary, and then fought with the mechanical puppet warrior, who had already rushed over. Soon he could not laugh any more. In just an instant, even if the mechanical warrior was still empty-handed, sweeping, chopping, pushing, cutting, sweeping, blocking, slashing, piercing, all kinds of techniques made the Glabrizu only have the ability to block and not have the ability to fight back. Gurgen was sure that the guy in front of him must have a high monk profession level, but he did not know if he could still use advanced professional skills such as shock punch, combat aura strike, and infiltration. Of course, the Glabrizu had no intention of continuing to experience it himself. He was not a Hezru who completely relied on his physical strength to fight. He had so many innate spells that he did not use. Did he want to learn from the kind paladins and pay attention to fairness in battle? In the gap between the mechanical puppet's punches, Gurgen activated mirror image. 10 Glabrizu appeared around the mechanical puppet at the same time, and they surrounded it. All the mirror images moved in the same way, and even the expressions on their faces were the same. Be careful of the hammer of chaos. Of course, this was not a warning from the Glabrizu. Keys saw that the Glabrizu had already used spell-like abilities, and it was easy to guess his battle plan, to use mirror image to distract the mechanical puppet warrior, and then use the hammer of chaos to launch a sneak attack. This was a common tactic used by the Glabrizu. Before Keys could finish his warning, the Glabrizu surrounding mechanical puppet number 21 opened and closed their commissary at the same time, making a uniform clicking sound. Dozens of hammer of chaos were all focused on the place where the mechanical puppet stood. It was like a series of high-explosive grenades exploding on the spot. In an instant, the dust raised completely annihilated the mechanical puppet. Ha ha ha! After doing this, the Glabrizu laughed heartily. Because of excitement, his commissary kept making a snapping sound as they opened and closed each other. A smashed mechanical puppet. Before he could finish his proud words, a heavy punch landed on his face. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy cannon. The bewitching demon fell from the sky. His entire face and half of his teeth were smashed together. Mechanical puppet number 21, who leaped out of the smoke and dust caused by the hammer of chaos, had a body made of adamantine and mithril that was slightly damaged. However, where the magic power tore, the remaining metals bit into each other, and the senseless gears nested in turn. These damages were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're not the purple potato spirit. What's the use of snapping your fingers? Chapter 37. Of course, Gurgen was not a purple potato spirit. He was just one of the hundreds of millions of Tana demons. He's still alive. Seriously, this guy is not a distant relative of a cockroach or a water bear. Is he? Looking at the Glabrizu whose head was blown off, but still standing upright, Mechanical Man 21 used his finger to dig at the healed wound torn by the hammer of chaos. He then looked at Keys and Neru, who wanted to take advantage of the situation to finish off the guy. You're still alive, even after being hit by a big move. Do you really want to kill me? But his worries were unnecessary. Just as Nalu's flail and Kitha's sword were about to land on the Glabrizu immediately used another life-saving spell-like ability, Greater Teleportation. Yo, you even brought a return scroll. Gurgen directly teleported back to the middle of the army of demons that had been arranged in advance. As soon as he woke up from the falling state of teleportation, he used his Caliceri to turn the two closest Tana demons into 4 at lightning speed. He did this to cover up his serious injuries and intimidate his companions who regarded betrayal and killing as a common occurrence. The second reason was to get some healing medicine. He carefully spread the fresh demon flesh on his face, and the wound slowly healed under the nourishment of Tana Ree's flesh. When his teeth grew back, the Glabrizu stuffed the remaining limbs into his mouth. He did not want to waste anything. The method was appropriate, and the effect was remarkable. It not only intimidated the demons, but also healed the injury. There's a disgusting Batsu gathering place ahead. You bastards, charge for me for the abyss. Gurgen chewed as he ordered the demon army, who could no longer suppress their desire to kill, to attack in a muffled voice, without the pressure of stronger demons. These demons who were smuggled into Avernus released their instincts and charged in the direction pointed out by the Glabrizu. These vanguard troops, who were originally used as spies by the demon lord to spy on Bader's military deployment, had completely forgotten their original mission. Perhaps they had not forgotten that many demons had higher intelligence than mortals. However, their instinctive desire to tear their enemies apart and swallow them alive, as well as their irrepressible eternal hatred for the Batsu Devil, made them choose to launch a suicide squad attack. The demons that the Glabrizu had arranged for were more than 10 kilometers away from Barthol's mercenary camp. After receiving the order to attack, they immediately chose to charge. The army rushed towards the target like a scattered and unstoppable tide. It was impossible for any army in the material plane to launch a charge at such a long distance. Even cavalry riding horses would be exhausted after such a long distance. But Tana Ree's demons did not care about these problems at all. They seemed to have endless stamina. The first demons to arrive on the battlefield were not Vroks that could fly. The fireballs falling from the sky of Avernus caused quite a bit of trouble for these winged demons. Their small bodies and ordinary flames did not seem to be able to withstand the bombardment of fireballs. A group of Hezru, who looked like large toads and had damp skin like armor, became the vanguard of the demon army. These behemoths, which exuded a stench that no creatures, including the other Tana Ree, could tolerate, opened their big mouths full of teeth and moved quickly on the ground on all fours. As they ran, the mucus they secreted turned the slightly sulfurous soil they walked on into smelly mud. Even the other Tana Ree carefully avoided the path of these guys. If they got stuck to them, they would have to dig out their skin to get rid of the maddening stench. The long-distance attack of the demons gave the camp guards some time to prepare. The chaos caused by Mad Dog Doug's transformation into a werewolf had been contained. All the labors had been properly arranged. They were given standard spears and tower shields. They stood on the second layer of the wall that they built themselves, ready to defend against the incoming demon army. Lord Commander, the goblin noble, Riknaz, stood beside the Batsa devil. Riknaz, the goblin noble, was a little happy when he heard Riknaz omitting the word agent. He pointed at the demons coming from afar. There are at least 5,000 demons attacking. Even if there are not many powerful demons, the number of them is still 5 times more than the total combat force in the camp. I'm afraid your calculation is still too conservative. Keys, who had retreated to the inner wall, interrupted the goblin. Every Tana has the ability to summon their own kind to fight. The more powerful a demon is, the more of its kind it can summon. Even if the Order of Bator suppresses the success rate of their spellcasting, we will not face less than twice the number of enemies that we estimated. Riknaz nodded, indicating that he had understood this variable that was not included in the calculation. The chained demon waved his arm out of habit, making the sound of chains rubbing against each other. He said nonchalantly, "It's really nothing." After participating in a few bloody battles, you will know that demons are always like this. They swarm and then get slaughtered. The difference of 5 or 10 times the number is just that you need to wave your weapon a few more times or pull the bowstring. This is just a small scene. It's just an infiltration before the war begins. This time, Keys did not refute. He had not personally experienced a real bloody battle. However, from the looks of it, the demons that appeared here did not pose a threat to his life. The dangerous Leakin demons and Baylor demons would only appear later on in the main battlefield. In this battle, even if all the soldiers in the camp were killed, Keys was confident that he could escape with his ogre companions. The goblin noble and the chained demon also had the same idea. Otherwise, they would not have the time to stand on the city wall and admire the demon's attack. However, compared to the confidence of these people on the city wall, the guards standing on the second layer of the city wall, the laborers who were originally building the fortifications, were not so assured. Most of them did not have any decent weapons or defensive equipment other than the spears and tower shields that they were given. Even if the Batsa devils who managed the camp never bothered to confiscate the various weapons brought by these country bumpkins from the material plane, one could not expect knives and sticks, which could only be used in the alleys of the city, to hurt those terrifying monsters who were waving their claws and charging over with their bloody mouths. That's right. Those monsters, most of the mercenaries who were tricked to work here, did not know the difference between the Tana demons and the Batsa demon. With their poor knowledge, they only instinctively knew that these monsters that looked terrifying and even more terrifying in battle were evil demons from the lower world. Only when they came to hell did they know that the ghosts that only existed in the stories of their grandmother actually existed. But now, when they faced the attack of the Tana demon army, they realized that their definition of ghosts might be a little too narrow. What kind of evil was that? It was no longer a ghost story, but a creature that would only appear in the most horrifying nightmares had rushed before them. Compared to them, the barbed demon guards who were spitting sulfuric saliva and whipping them could even be described as benevolent. The first unfortunate soldier faced a little dretch. Some of the Hezru at the front of the demon army had not rushed near the city wall yet, and they changed their running posture. Some of them directly used their spell-like ability to summon some dretches. Some of them saved this spell-like ability in order to summon another Hezru. They simply grabbed some weaker demons from the demon army behind them and threw them directly onto the high wall of the camp, ignoring their bites and curses. There were no ladders, no ants attacking the city. The first wave of attackers easily appeared on the city wall. Most of the demons that were thrown over were dretches that were about the size of half-humans, and smaller quasits that were not even as big as candlesticks. Most of the quasits that could fly and were smarter completed their invisibility in midair. This was a tactic often used by these guys who were eager to succeed, but were extremely cowardly. But the dretches that were also thrown up were not so lucky. These stupid and slow low-level demons were quickly wiped out by the defenders on the city wall. However, the stinking cloud and some fear spells they released caused some trouble for the defenders. A few dretches that escaped the net took advantage of the fear effect and mercilessly took away the lives of the defenders. This was the nature of demons. Even if they were scared to death, they would kill whenever they had the chance. Chapter 38. Commander, why don't you use the cannons to bombard them? It was the war observer Riknaz who asked the question. He had also changed the name of the Hellscream to a name he was used to. The chained demon did not answer his question first, but made a gesture to calm him down. Before answering your question, we still have some things to do. As he spoke, a chain wrapped around the chained demon's body flew out along the edge of the city wall. An assassin who had teleported into the camp and was sneaking nearby was pierced by the tip of the chain. Ah, what are you waiting for? It was a Babu demon assassin. After being pierced by the chained demon, he struggled and roared loudly in the abyssal language. These assassins who were good at pincer attacks never acted alone, but he was the unluckiest one as he was the first to be discovered. The Tana re-demons did not have the intention to protect their comrades. If their comrades could escape with their lives, they would be more than happy to do so. However, there was a major mistake in his calculation. He was not the first to be discovered, and he was not even the first to be attacked. The moment the chained demon attacked, Keys pulled out his sword and cut off the head of an invisible creature nearby. The ogre Neru, who had already received his telepathic message, had also used his flail to finish off a smaller Babu demon. There was also an assassin who wanted to attack the goblin Riknaz, but his head was smashed by the mechanical warrior beside him. At this time, he was asking the half-golem guards for some leather to wipe off the demon's protective mucus on his iron fist. Those who put acid on their body are really tasteless. The mechanical warrior seemed to have a problem with the demon assassin because the decorative pattern on his fist was corroded a little. The chained demon also felt the same way. The chain wrapped around his body was not as luxurious as the mechanical warrior's. It was made of a large amount of mithril, so part of it was corroded by the mucus on the Babu demon's body. Isn't that right? As if responding to the words of number 21, the chained demon casually threw him into the group of barbed demon guards who were sharpening their swords at the bottom of the wall. This was a small episode. He did not forget Riknaz's question. Your Excellency Riknaz, I'm sure you've already noticed that most of the Thanner re-demons are undisciplined idiots. Just like those little bugs that had just sneaked in, they probably did not come to assassinate under the orders of the great demon, but because of their own vulgar interests and inferior nature. In fact, if we were to use Hellscream first, please forgive me for having to correct your vocabulary. Nobody knew what would happen to the Tana army after being hit by the artillery fire. Perhaps they would continue to attack, or perhaps they would disperse. There was also the possibility that some of the more powerful ones would use advanced teleportation to teleport over. The consequence of such a disorderly situation was that the efficiency of Bader's warriors in slaughtering these scumbags would be reduced. This kind of disorder is intolerable to any knowledgeable person. Chained Demon could not help but feel indignant when he said this. He seemed to recall some of the memories he did not want to recall in the long years. Therefore, all commanders who have the experience of fighting demons will choose a wiser tactical approach. First, let some of the demons come over to engage in combat. With strict discipline, a stable fortress, and excellent weapons, we can enter a stalemate with the demons on the local battlefield. This is the best time for Hellscream to appear. The area covered by the artillery fire can form an artificial isolation zone, and only a small number of demons can replenish the battlefield in front. This is the time for us to concentrate our elite forces and efficiently strangle the stupid demons who are still fighting with our defense system. Chained Demon saw that Riknaz still had doubts. In order not to offend the big shot arranged by the higher-ups, he patiently continued to explain. The demons' ignorance and inferiority were a great help to us right now. Even though the low-level demons were scared to death, there was still slaughter and battle ahead of them. The remaining high-level demons would still lead or order them to continue onwards. Apart from the moment when the axes appeared, the remaining high-level demons would only regret not being able to enjoy the battle in time. In fact, as long as we use the right tactics and pay attention to the artillery fire at all times, we can easily eliminate these demons in front of us. This number of demons is just like what I just said. It's just a small scene. After listening to Chained Demon's words, Keyes understood that the Batsu demons had never regarded artillery as the main killing weapon. From their tactical point of view, it was only used as a safety valve to adjust the demons' offensive. This also explained a problem that had always troubled the Blue Dragon. How could this weapon deal with the high-level demons with various teleportation spells? In this way, the Batsu demon probably did not have a saying like, "The truth is within the range of the artillery." For them, it should be, "The battle is within the range of the artillery." They used unique tactical means to build a meat grinder that efficiently slaughtered the Tanaree demons. Of course, the defenders on the second city wall, who were resisting the demons' first wave of attack, did not have the mindset to think about tactics and strategies. Like quests, the biggest problem they faced was how to survive, or at least how to live a little longer. With the approaching demon army, a large number of summoned dretches appeared in the defensive formation, and the barbed demons who were originally supervising the battle had to join the ranks of cleaning up these low-level demons. Some of the mercenaries with spellcasting ability could no longer continue to hide at this time. They had to use wind spells to disperse the pale yellow clouds released by the dretches and blow away the invisible quasits that were ready to launch a sneak attack with their poisoned claws. Of course, compared to the demon attack that followed, this could only be called trouble. When the Hezru moved to the edge of the wall and began to climb or teleport directly to the wall, the real crisis came. The first thing to bear the brunt was the unbearable stench. The smell was 100 times worse than the stench released by the dretches. Many mercenaries from other planes who were close to these filthy demons directly fell into endless vomiting. Broom Eyebrows Dalton, who was standing at the back, was very glad. As soon as the demons appeared, he quickly put on a mask with a poisonous gas protection enchantment effect that he obtained when he dominated Soft Maple City. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he could withstand the stench that went into his brain and stomach as soon as it entered his nose. As for how lethal this stench was, Dalton saw with his own eyes the scene of a half-Inferno Tauran mercenary who was strong enough to wrestle head-on with the monsters, climbing up, almost vomiting his intestines out after being splashed in the face by the guy's liquid. While the guards were fighting a bloody battle on the outer city walls and the square of the Barbican, the camp's long-range support arrived. The barbed demon guards standing on the higher city walls were all equipped with tread crossbows. The standard weapons of Bator were different from the same weapons in the material plane. The bow of the crossbow was not made of wood or other composite materials. The bow of the hellish crossbow was made of extremely elastic steel, so even the demons who had much stronger arms than the mortals had to use their feet to complete the work of loading the crossbow. Of course, the power of these crossbow bolts was also quite shocking. The Hezru, who were attacked by the spears of the defenders on the outer wall, were also in danger of dying under the barrage of crossbow bolts. The Vrak, who were circling like vultures and waiting for an opportunity to harass the enemy, could not withstand more than a few crossbow bolts and could only dodge in the air. For a moment, the sound of bowstring twanging could be heard all around. A barbed demon centurion saw Keyes' superb archery and offered him a brand new crossbow. This flattering gesture was ignored by the blue dragon youth. He turned his head and let the ogres Blue and Paulu look at their brothers, who were excited by the battle and wanted to fight. At the same time, Keyes also noticed that the goblin nobleman beside him was writing something down as if he was writing something down. The half-golem guard behind him was constantly taking over the things he wrote and handing him new blank pages. Mechanical puppet number 21 was currently leaning against the battlements in boredom. Occasionally, it would use its hand to poke at the Murloc shaman's heart. Then it would look at the Murloc, who couldn't make a sound because of the mouth-sealing device on it, and let out a sneer. Chapter 39. After being baptized by the Batsa Devil's arrow rain, the third Hezru had died. The Tana re-demons who were besieging the city finally woke up from their indulgence in destroying and tearing flesh with their clenched fists and extended claws. The demons began to use their innate spell-like abilities in battle. The seemingly dumb Hezru began to use the Hammer of Chaos, which was also their specialty. Any target that was hit by this spell-like ability would feel like they had been hit by an invisible battering ram. Only a small number of mercenaries equipped with life-saving enchantment equipment were able to survive this attack. That was not the end of it. If the Hammer of Chaos did not wipe out the enemy, the Hezru would use the blasphemous whisper. Any defenders with a god they believed in would fall into the negative effects of the collapse of their faith under the influence of the malevolent whispers. Their limbs would become weak due to the confusion of their thoughts, and the divine spells bestowed by their god would become unstable. At that moment, the big toad-like demons would roar and lunge forward to taste the thrill of smashing the enemy's head with their fists. But most of the time, before the Hezru could smash the victim's head, spears and claws that came out of nowhere would take away the lives of the unlucky ones. What angered the Hezru even more were the vulture-like Vroks. The Vroks that were dodging the crossbow bolts took advantage of the fact that the battlefield was in a stalemate. While the archers were focused on the more threatening demons, the Vroks gathered in twos and threes in the air and performed a dance of destruction. After 2 rounds of this dance, a wave of explosive energy would suddenly erupt. This energy could actually cover half the size of the battlefield. Apart from the demons, any creatures that were affected by this energy would be hurt. The defenders whose faith had collapsed because of the Hezru demons could not resist and were sent to the gods they believed in to confess their mistakes. The culprits of the tragedy, the circling Vrok, were like real vultures. They let out sharp screeches and dived down before quickly flying up again, seizing the opportunity to grab a piece of fresh flesh and feasting on it in the air. After that, these cunning fellows didn't forget to summon demons again, using the delicious flesh and blood as bait to lure more of their kind to join the battle. A large number of lives were harvested like a gust of wind cutting grass. If it weren't for the barbed demon guards, who were supervising the battle, and the fact that the weapons and equipment distributed by the devils were better than expected, the otherworldly mercenaries standing on the city walls would not have been able to withstand the repeated attacks of the demon army. But even so, they couldn't hold on for too long. The seemingly endless attacks from the devils put too much pressure on them. Amidst the chaos, Broom-browsed Dalton had no time to care about the lives of his subordinates. In fact, he had already been attacked twice by the sudden appearance of the evil demon assassin, and his life had been hanging by a thread. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, his strength was strong enough, and, most importantly, his brain was agile enough. While this former mafia boss decisively killed, He also adjusted his position in a timely manner. He never left the side where he had the advantage in numbers. He had already seen a few of his subordinates, who were tough but not smart enough, plunged into the demon army. And then there was no more then. With a burst of his kung fu, he used a set of punches with spiked gloves to smash the head of a vulture demon that had just swooped down to peck on the flesh. Dalton noticed that if there were less than 3 of these demons gathered together, they would not be able to cast the same AoE spell that could cover the battlefield. Therefore, he always chose to deal with these demons first. After all, the AoE spell could not be avoided by non-spellcasters, no matter how agile they were. They could only take it head-on. After resisting the demon's attack for more than half an hourglass, Dalton's stamina was running low even though he was an elite barbarian warrior. This was not the time to be a hero. Broom Browse turned his head and shouted. He had already noticed that there were some spellcasters among the guards. Whether it was courage, bull strength, or some other buff spell, it would be of great use now. But when he turned his head, a situation made Dalton's eyes tighten. The sweat all over his body caused by the battle seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. The spellcasters from the other plane were now being carried by the more elite barbed demons and slowly retreating from the edge of the battle to the 2 sides of the city wall. The mercenaries from the material plane, who were holding up their shields to resist the demons' attack and clamping their spears, did not notice that the number of demons standing behind them to supervise the battle had decreased by a lot. Words like bait and cannon fodder immediately came to Dalton's mind. He frowned his trademark broom eyebrows. In the past, he was very skilled in making his disobedient subordinates do the same thing. But he did not expect that today it would be his turn to be retribution. Damn it, I have to retreat immediately. No matter what kind of cannon fodder they were, it was always the best choice to leave the battle first. As soon as he thought of it, Dalton made up his mind. His figure flashed, and he hid in the blind spot of his allies. Then he gently turned the bowler hat he was wearing even in the battle on his head. This was the most valuable thing he had exchanged from the demon merchant. As a high-grade enchanted item, the bowler hat could not shoot fireballs or cast a shield, but it could shrink the wearer's body to be shorter than a halfling child, and it could avoid the penalty of strength caused by the size change. With this enchanted equipment, Dalton's second profession became his real trump card. He was a master of shadow thieves who could sneak in the shadows and kill enemies with one move. This was originally impossible for a man who was almost 7 feet tall and suspected to have barbarian blood. Even if he spent a lot of time practicing, he could not offset the effect of his body size on the effect of sneaking. If he could not master the skill of sneaking, he could not become a qualified rogue, let alone a master of shadow thieves. And this was not a world like the Berserker's Creed. The Kang's sneaking technique was not sought after by rogues. Under the effect of the enchanted equipment, Dalton, who was only as tall as a normal person's calf, did not become weaker. Instead, his agility increased a lot because of his smaller body size. He cautiously passed through the gaps between the guards. Even though he was on a crowded battlefield, he still displayed the superb stealth skills of a shadow thief. At this time, the chain demon, who was standing in the rear and observing the battlefield, withdrew from its meditative state. This cruel Batsa demon commander used its bloodline warlock ability and naturally threw a fireball at the Hezru demons who were fighting on the outer wall. However, this fireball did not have the desired effect. Before it fell on the Tana, a giant hand grabbed it like grabbing an apple and stuffed it into the mouth of a howling dretch next to it. The dretch's intestines were pierced through after a muffled pop, but the one who caused all this was laughing at the shank on the wall with its mouth full of sharp teeth. But the Hezru's mockery was immediately drowned out by a louder sound. This part of the battlefield that had fallen into a bitter battle and the situation was tipping in favor of the demons suddenly erupted with a series of loud explosions. Lines of fire spread out from the cracks of the bricks on the city walls. It was like a fast-growing vine, covering the entire area of the battle outside the city. Before the two sides could react, the lines of fire turned into gushing flames and exploding gravel. From the bottom to the top, a destructive flame, mixed with gravel and flesh, erupted. It was as if a volcano buried under the ground had just erupted. The impact of the explosion even shook the inner city wall. Fortunately, a large number of cast iron components were used to reinforce it. Otherwise, it would have ended up like the collapsed watchtower. In addition to keys and mechanical puppet number 21, only the chained demon stood on the wall. The other guards, including the 3 ogre brothers, were shaken to the ground. One could imagine how much damage those unlucky people who were directly above the explosion site had suffered. Art is an explosion. This scene seemed to have stimulated the chained demon. His eyes were wide open, and the chains on his arms were like vipers fighting to spit out their tongues. He was like a neurotic wizard, and the purgatory words that came out of his mouth seemed to return the mockery that the Hezru demons had just thrown at him. Attack! 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 Chapter 40. Avernus, the first layer of Bator, was a place where fireballs would fall from the sky. There was never a shortage of sulfur and saltpeter, and the smart demons had long mastered the technique of making explosives. When building the second layer of the city walls, the chained devil had sent his trusted subordinates to bury a large number of explosives beneath the walls. This was so that they could blast at the right time to deal a heavy blow to the demons attacking the city. As for whether their allies would be hurt, it was not a test of morality for the demons. Moreover, some otherworldly mercenaries with spellcasting abilities were able to escape from the blast range and were unharmed. On the other hand, some barbed demons were left behind at the blast site. The dozen or so demons who were ordered by the chained devil to supervise the Battle of Broombrows and his gang were left behind. While the Batsa demons were immune to fire damage, the debris and shockwaves from the blast were enough to tear them apart. After all, this was Bator and not the material plane. Demons who were killed could not resurrect after 99 years. Just like the Tana re-demons who were killed in the Abyss, the demons who died in Bator would die at the end of their lives. Without needing the chained devil to give specific orders, the Batsu demons' prearranged tactical deployment was carried out in an orderly manner. First, the Hellscream, a weapon of mass destruction with a Chinibu name, was pushed up the battlements by the demons and loaded with cannonballs and packs of explosives. After that, the crossbowmen on the walls began to focus their firepower on the Vrock demons who escaped because they were flying in the sky. The Tana re-demons were more mobile and could affect the battle plan, so they had to be dealt with in advance. The last to be deployed was the Chained Devil's trump card, a small team of fire elemental giants. These giants, which were as tall as 4-story buildings, were the only otherworldly mercenaries that the Chained Devil had to pay for with military funds. But judging from their actual combat strength, it was a worthwhile trade. After paying enough, the mercenaries walked out of the burning gate that connected to the fire elemental plane. The leader of the team was a fire elemental war priest, followed by 3 fire elemental warriors with scorching greatswords and a fire elemental forger with a smoldering hammer. They should be the regular army of a faction in the fire elemental plane. They're here to make some extra money. Keyes guessed when he saw that the fire elemental giants were neatly dressed in half-body armor and steel helmets. The weapons in their hands were not as casual as the fire elemental giants. Attack! All the demons in the pit are your targets, the Chained Devil excitedly ordered when he saw his trump card. The leading fire giant war priest replied with a sentence in the fire tribe's language. the prideful fire giant war priest did not bother to reply to a little chained demon in the infernal language, but disdain was disdain. They were also creatures of the lawful evil alignment, so they had no qualms about fulfilling the established contract. The fire elemental priest raised his lava hammer and covered himself and the 3 melee fire elemental warriors with a flame shield. The fire elemental forger, which belonged to the long-range troop class, threw a ball of burning flames onto the battlefield. This was a recharging spell called Flame Burst. The pit that had just calmed down was once again met with another round of explosions. When the fire elemental warriors jumped into the pit, a part of the armed barbed demon guards were already on standby around the pit, guarding against any demons that might escape. Flames could not harm the Bats-a-Devil. Although the demons at the front of the army had almost all died in the explosion arranged by the chained devil. As he had said before, the demons of Tana would not learn a lesson from the disaster that happened to their companions. Instead, after smelling the smell of flesh and blood that drifted out from the burning flames, the demons became even more ferocious. Even the weakest Tana demons wanted to run to the front and kill to their heart's content. At the same time, they wanted to see if they could get some benefits. But now, those cunning and cowardly guys, this was the preface to the habit of the Thaner demons when they called the Batsa demons, were constantly shooting out explosive flame shells, which caused some trouble for the demon army's charge. Not all demons could casually use teleportation spells to reach the battlefield in the first place. The Tana demons, who had been soaked in the desire to plunder flesh and blood and defeat the demons, had turned a blind eye to the weak demons around them who were blown to pieces by the shells. Look, that's the true face of the stupid and backward Tana race. They never know when to advance or retreat. Killing these disorganized and chaotic fellows is more troublesome than just slaughtering lambs. We also need to prepare a mass grave for them in advance. Fortunately, we've already prepared it. The big explosion seemed to have piqued the interest of the chained devil. He began to comment on the battle before him. When he was in high spirits, the chained devil's forked tongue would make a hissing sound like a scorpion's tongue, and his fists wrapped in chains would smash on the battlements, leaving a small piece of cracked rock. Of course, whether it was cowardly and cunning or ignorant and backward, these were the slanderous words used by the 2 evil races who had been fighting each other for countless years. Any other race that had some sense and wanted to survive the bloody war would not believe these words. Anyway, Keyes was not in the mood to listen to the nonsense of the chained devil beside him. As for the others, while the 3 ogre brothers were simple-minded, they were not stupid enough to believe the nonsense of someone who had betrayed his allies. While the goblin noble Riknaz appeared polite and humble, he had stopped writing on the scroll when the chained demon was spouting nonsense. The fact that he had stopped writing on the scroll was enough to show his true attitude. Villains die from talking too much. This was the final prophecy given by a mechanical construct who had nothing better to do to the chained devil, who looked like he had been through a lot of trials and tribulations, and who loved to spit when he spoke. The racial superiority theory that the commander of the demon camp was touting was not what the demons of Thaner were concerned about. The only problem they were thinking about now was how to quickly kill the Bats-a-Devil, who were born to die the best and cruelest way. The mind of the original controller of the demon army, Gargantuan the Glabrizu, was filled with such tyrannical thoughts. Just when the demons had gained the upper hand in the siege battle, Gargantuan finally succumbed to his nature of enjoying slaughter and destruction. Unable to bear the loneliness, he used a high-level teleportation to come directly to the battle group. Originally, he wanted to mix in with the Devil Legion and leave without attracting the attention of the mechanical warrior monk. But he did not expect that as soon as he teleported over, he would be smacked in the face by the explosion arranged by the chained devil. Although he managed to survive this crisis with his physique, His current situation could no longer be described as miserable. Although his face, which had been smashed by Mechanical Man number 21, was good-looking, it still had a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Not only that, but because of the violent explosion, the commissary of the Glabrezu race, which we're proud of, were directly roasted by the flames. Gargantuan now looked like a crab that had been roasted red by the fire. He had already thought that if he could return alive this time, one of the two titles, Gargantuan, the Crooked Mouth, or Charcoal Glabrezu, would fall on his head, and there was a high probability that both would become his eternal shame. You forced me to do this. Endless anger had burned away the remaining rationality of the relatively powerful Thanner Re-Demon, and he used a means of revenge that he would never use under normal circumstances, summoning Thanner Re. Gargantuan wanted to summon an abyssal devil for revenge, and naturally he would not choose a Vrock, who was about the same as him or weaker than him. What he wanted to summon was a Baylor. Chapter 41. There were all kinds of powerful demons in the abyss. Even the demons who had already obtained the title of demon, Prince could not guarantee that they were the strongest. However, if the definition of powerful was expanded to include all races, then the Baylor was without a doubt the strongest Tanar'ri demon. This extremely powerful demon was the same as the pit fiends in the Hell of Bator. Most of the time, they existed in the form of a ruler or a vassal of a more powerful existence. They were a surprise force that could decide the outcome of a small battlefield in the Blood War, a product that satisfied the most terrifying imagination of mortals of the lower realms. Gurgen was indeed a gifted Glabrezu, if he had not been miserably parasitized by worms in the Acid Fog Canyon for more than 100 years. With the power he had been silently accumulating, it was very likely that he would have broken through the shackles of the demon evolution tree and become a member of the powerful Baylor race. However, with his strength, if he was willing to provide more magic power or other equivalent offerings when using his innate spell-summoned Tanar'ri, he could forcibly summon a Baylor, although he generally would not choose such a suicidal act. The last time he summoned a Baylor was when he was besieged by the Firewalker and the cataclysmic swarm army that had evolved from the acid fog worms. As a result, the Baylor that had just appeared casually gave him, the summoner, a high-level dispel spell, making all the defensive spells he had prepared on the battlefield ineffective. Although that fellow was finally besieged to death by the acid fog worms because his high-level teleportation spell was restricted, Gurgen survived. However, that kind of powerful summoned creature that was not under his control at all had left a deep lesson for the Glabrezu. However, after being drowned in the high ground of rationality by the tide of anger, Gurgen was close to madness. His appendages forcefully tore off all his roasted and useless commissary. The two commissary, one big and one small, were offered as a sacrifice for this cross-level summoning, after chanting the summoning code. The Glabrezu's two commissary were swallowed by an invisible force. He seemed to hear the crunching sound of his commissary being chewed up. Oh, so it's a little crab demon summoning me. You got into trouble and got cooked? Ha ha, let me help you return home. Hearing the word return home in the language of the abyss, the beguiling demon turned pale with fright. This word in the language of the abyss did not mean returning to the abyss, but referring to the rebirth of a worm in the blood pool of the abyss due to death. No. Gurgen quickly retreated. He did not want to lose all his power and become an abyssal worm again. Be it Crooked Mouth Gurgen or Charcoal Charm, they were all 100 times stronger than living Worm Gurgen. However, the resistance of the weak was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of the strong. A finger with a sharp claw reached out from the void of space and pointed at the Glabrezu. There was no strong light or ray. It seemed to be just a casual finger. The Glubreeze could not help but use all of her strength and her two remaining appendages to cover her mouth. Internal explosion, a spell-like ability that the powerful Baylor could use once a day. It was equivalent to a level 9 spell cast by a level 20 mage. The effect of the spell could be seen from the miserable state of Gurgen, the Glubreezu who could not hold it in. It was like putting a bunch of cluster bombs in the target's body and then detonating them. Even with the strength of the Glubreezu's body, it could not be immune to the huge energy damage caused by the explosion in the body. The Baylor's mood seemed to be better after it had sent the coward who dared to summon it back to his hometown. However, when the evil demon noticed where it was and saw the fire giant who was wantonly slaughtering the weak Thanner, demons, the good mood disappeared. So it's because you can't beat those Batsa bastards that you dare to summon me to help you. This is really a disgrace to the great abyss. Damn it! The Baylor's flame whip swept out and directly strangled the fire giant priest's neck. Although the fire giant was not afraid of fire, the long whip covered with sharp barbs and hard spherical objects still caused great damage to the priest. In pain, the fire giant priest instinctively wanted to untie the restraint on his neck, but an irresistible force directly pulled him off the ground. A beheading sword like a flame beam cut through the fire giant priest's neck like a hot knife cutting through butter. The giant head with long orange hair flew into the air. In just one blow, the leader of the fire giant team died in the hands of the powerful demon, who was only half his height. Ha ha ha! The pleasure brought by the slaughter made the flames burning on the horns on the Baylor's head more vigorous. It stared at the remaining fire giants on the battlefield and roared in the abyssal language, "Order!" Ah! This was a common tactic used by the Baylor. First, they would kill the most powerful leader of the opponent, and then use the spell Command Deterrence to stun the remaining opponents. Finally, they only needed to raise the beheading sword and slash them one by one. Generally, they could end the battle cleanly, simple and effective. From the perspective of a certain province, the Battle of the Baylor was full of violent aesthetics, but no creature wanted to experience this art of destruction. The first to feel the demon's appearance was the demons of the Batsu people. When the Tana set foot on the land of Avernus, the law of order in this small area seemed to be disturbed. The powerful Baylor had temporarily polluted the land by itself. Damn it! How can those bastards summon such a monster? The Baylor was so powerful that even the chain demon, who had always been disdainful of the Tana demons, could not help but call it a monster. Because of this huge variable, the chain demon, who was extremely nervous, issued the first temporary combat order in the entire battle. Don't care about the other Tana idiots. Fire all Hellscream at the Baylor. Cover it with firepower. But it turned out that the hasty decision made under extreme nervousness often led to worse consequences. The Baylor was one of the few Tana that was immune to fire, poison, and electric damage at the same time. The fire damage of the Hellscream did not affect it at all, and the kinetic damage of the remaining shells could not completely hit the demon, who moved quickly and used greater teleportation as easily as drinking water. Occasionally, the damage caused by the Baylor's strong body was also resisted by the Baylor. The physical pain caused by this little damage made the intelligent demon more vigilant, and it began to fight with wisdom instead of instinct. Summon the Tana Using greater teleportation, the Baylor left the deep pit covered by the cannons, leaving behind a small group of decapitated fire giants. The Baylor instantly appeared behind the cannons. Instead of attacking rashly, it chose to use a summoning spell to summon another Baylor from the bottomless abyss. All spellcasters and archers, focus fire from afar. All barbed axe men, hold back these two demons. Also, messengers send out a magical message immediately. Say that a Baylor has appeared and ask for reinforcements. The chained demon quickly gave the order, and then spoke to Keyes and Ricknaz in an uncharacteristically commanding tone. The two of you, the situation on the battlefield has changed greatly. We have to work together to defend against the Tana Ree's counterattack. This is Avernus, and no demon has ever been able to take down a city here. Even if this is just a small, otherworldly mercenary camp, we can't do it. That was what the chained demon added inwardly. He did not dare to imagine, nor did he want to think, what would happen to him, the acting commander of the camp, if this was the first time he had lost a battle in Bator. Even if I have to die, I can't be buried in a pit of maggots and become a brainless lesser demon or a lowly demon who has lost all 5 senses in a torture chamber. Death is 100 times better than that. To demons, demotion was the most terrifying punishment. Being demoted to a lesser demon or a lowly demon was worse than death. Chapter 42. At this time, Quest naturally did not have any intention of continuing to slack off. In fact, when the Bailor appeared, he understood that his side had no other choice but to find a way to defeat this powerful demon. Although the chained demons had already sent the order to report the situation here through magical communication, with the serious bureaucratic style of the demons, without the so-called battle analysis and voting proposal, they would not send troops or senior demons directly to support. However, when Keyes saw the Bailor slaughtering the fire giant mercenaries like cutting vegetables, he understood that even if he transformed into a megalosaurus, he was no match for these powerful demons who were familiar with fighting. On the contrary, it was possible that due to his size, he would be the first target. I can only hope that the spellcasting level of these 2 demons is not too high, and that they don't have the bonuses of other professions. The Blue Dragon Boy remembered that apart from the strength of these high-ranked demons, some of them were especially powerful and had special advanced professions. If that was the case, with the current strength of his side, it was almost impossible to win. Keyes currently had 2 trump cards. One was the powerful dissociation that he learned from the legendary Megalosaurus Sirota before coming to Bator. After Sirota's modification, this was the most powerful single-target spell under the legendary spell. Keyes had always kept it in mind. Even the incarnations of gods and divine creatures would have a certain probability of turning into ashes if they were hit by this powerful dissociation. The second trump card was his newly developed Keyes railgun. Currently, he had more than 10,000 rounds of various warheads in the camp's blacksmith shop. The storm formed by the metal bullets should be enough to deal with the Bailor for a while. As long as he was not cut to the back, he could completely act as a cannon and continuously deal damage. However, this required a powerful front line. Keyes locked his gaze on mechanical puppet number 21, who was stretching its arms and legs in a strange, so-called preparation exercise. He had never thought of letting the ogre ne'er a charge in front. In fact, other than the mechanical puppet warriors who were almost at the legendary monk level, who were qualified to fight the Bailor face-to-face, the others were just sending their heads to the monster. Understood. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This is what a good old man said. I don't disagree. Mechanical puppet number 21 noticed Keyes's inquiring gaze and did not show any hesitation or refusal. The red light in his metal eye sockets flickered, as if he was looking forward to the fierce battle that was to come. Ricknaz, don't you want to test the prototype? Those 2 demons look like good test subjects. Before the goblin could reply, a crossbow arrow suddenly shot from a hidden corner. Fortunately, Ricknaz had been holding the small enchanted umbrella. The surface of the umbrella lightly blocked the crossbow arrow and sent it flying. But this was not the end. From another angle, another crossbow arrow came out. The target was also very clear. It was still the goblin noble who was protected by many half-golem guards. Mechanical puppet number 21, who was quick to react, directly pulled the Ocean Priestess to block the second sneak attack for the goblin. Although the female Sahuagin spellcaster's body was covered in scales and had a good defensive effect, the attack still tore open her skin and flesh. The power of hell attached to the crossbow arrow made her feel extreme pain. She did not dare to fight against number 20, who used her as a shield. The Sahuagin poured her anger on the sneak attacker. She raised her hand and used a combat divine spell that she often used, Ghost Bite. 2 shark men condensed out of thin air, each biting off the heads of the 2 barbed demons who shot the crossbow arrow. Be careful, this is the Baler's telekinesis ability. Keyes loudly explained to everyone. Although the Baler was still being focused on by the demon army, this level of battle was not difficult for them. They even had the spare energy to remotely control some miscellaneous soldiers to disrupt the demon commander's formation during the gaps in the battle. Keyes suspected that these 2 demons already had the idea of wiping out this Batsu camp. If not, they would have teleported to the side of the commander of their camp and used the beheading sword and flame whip to vent their terrifying combat power. This deduction did not affect Keyes' spellcasting. He used a chaos protection barrier. After the Sahuagin Ocean Priestess healed her wounds, she also recognized the current situation. Needless to say, she added a group elemental damage protection effect to Riknaz, the other half-golem guards, and even the 3 ogre brothers to prevent the extra damage caused by the Baler's protective flames during battle. Seeing his army disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye under the slaughter of the 2 Balers, the chain demon seemed to have made up his mind. He directly let the 2 elite barbed demon guards who were loyal to him step out and carried out a promotion ceremony for them in front of everyone. Demons could directly use the power they had accumulated to promote the lower demons who were loyal to them, but they did not have the opportunity to do so. The chain demon went all out in order to increase the power to fight against the Baler. He had lost everything. With the infusion of sufficient power, the promotion ceremony ended in a few seconds. The 2 newly promoted chain demons walked out of the ritual circle, looked at each other, and bowed to their original commander to show their loyalty. Immediately launch a general attack. You 2 rush up and replace those barbed demons. Let them stop the other demons first. How could the demons be kind? Giving power for no reason would be compensated with their lives. The 2 newly promoted chain demons growled and helplessly chose to carry out this mission that had almost no chance of survival. To the demons, the punishment of being demoted was more terrifying than letting them die. Of course, it was not just the 2 newly promoted chain demons who acted as the tanks in the front line. The chain demon acting commander followed closely behind, and the golem also rushed up after signaling to Riknaz. Neru, who was stimulated by the battle, did not restrain himself. While his brothers were not paying attention, he also rushed directly to the battlefield where the Baler was fighting. There's no choice. Let's go together. Keyes used practical actions to reply to his 2 ogre companions who were looking at him anxiously. I'm really fated to be a melee fighter. Even if I want to be a mage, I have to be a melee mage. The blue dragon youth did not forget to snatch the spear in the hands of a guard beside him as he charged. He hoped that the secret of increasing luck that had been passed down since ancient times would not let him down. I didn't expect to see the bond between companions in this place. How surprising. The goblin Riknaz recorded a few words on a new scroll and threw it to a half-golem guard. He seemed to be talking to himself. Although Mr. 21 has a body of steel and is invulnerable, the material of the storage box in front of his chest does not seem to be available at that time. The material used is very ordinary. Hearing this sentence, the Sahuagin priestess seemed to have been hit by a spell. Her body stiffened, When she released the group elemental damage spell just now, she seemed to have missed a fellow that she hated so much, and that fellow had her heart hidden in his body. If he was killed by the Baylor or captured like that, wouldn't it mean that she had also fallen into the hands of that existence? The female Sawajin who instantly thought of this felt as if her fate was being choked by the throat. She could not help but let out a high-pitched scream. She looked resentfully at the goblin noble who was hiding in the center of the half-golem guard's encirclement. Then she could only accept her fate and rush into the battle. Chapter 43. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Mechanical puppet number 21 was still the first wave to reach the battlefield. After it habitually issued an electronic voice that seemed to remind the Baylor, it did not hesitate to hit the opponent's face with its iron fist. But Keyes, who heard its strange words, felt more and more that he needed to find time to talk to it. Ah, 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 ah. The Baylor, whose face was punched by number 21, went crazy under the sneers of its companions. It abandoned the barbed demon, sword-shielded soldiers that it was slaughtering and went straight to the enemy who seemed to be wearing full armor. It roared in the language of the abyss. "Iron Boy, you're looking for death. Is this a standard sentence for demons?" The golem dodged the Baylor's embrace and bypassed his open arms. Its iron fists with thorns on them were like inflatable hammers that continuously hit the strong demon's weak armpits. The thorns pierced into the demon's flesh, and the sinister barbs on the surface tore off a large piece of flesh. The immense pain caused the demon to let go of the flaming whip that it was holding. The raging flames that protected its body seemed to be boiling as it exploded from its body. The shockwave disrupted number 21's combo attack, and the demon's beheader sword was now stabbing at number 21's chest. No. Seeing this scene, the Sawajin priest was scared out of her wits. She did not have time to think and quickly released an ice wall. A thick ice wall directly appeared between the tip of the beheading sword and number 20's chest. This level of ice wall could not resist the Baylor's strange strength, but there was still a slight delay in his movements. The mechanical puppet warrior seemed to have no hindrance in its joints. Its upper body twisted, and its arms that had hidden sharp blades spun like a meat grinder. With the demon's body as the axis, it turned half a circle and took away a large piece of flesh. At this time, the other Baylor also knew that it had met a strong opponent. It no longer sneered at its own kind, but found the right time to aim at the mechanical puppet warrior, and threw out its flame whip. They did not have the spirit of a knight in a one-on-one fight. Sneak attacks were nothing out of the ordinary for the Baylor, but there was a deviation in his long whip. An unusually strong ogre jumped high and grabbed the ankle of the Baylor flying in the air, and the huge weight dragged him to the ground. Under the effect of Keyes' dragon strength and Bull's strength, Nera's strength and defense were greatly improved for a limited time. This ogre actually used his ebony flail to hurt the other leg of the Baylor that was about to kick his head. Ah, 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 ah. The Baylor let out a painful howl. In pain, the abyssal demon flapped its giant bat wings a few times to stop itself from falling. Then he controlled the flame whip to bind Neru, who was constantly waving the ebony flail trying to bring more damage to his lower body. With a ferocious expression on his face, the Baylor held the hilt of the beheading sword with both hands and stabbed at the ogre that was holding his ankle. Unfortunately, this action was interrupted again. The ogre wizard who had entered the battle shot an acid ball from the troll's skull staff and hit the Baylor. The strong acid and quick-acting adhesive covered the demon's arms that were holding the beheading sword. The damage caused by the strong acid hurt the Baylor, but what annoyed him more was that the quick-acting adhesive quickly hardened and covered all the joints that exerted force. No matter how strong he was, It was difficult to use it. It was as if he was hit by a petrification spell, which made him almost unable to move for a moment. The beheading sword that was about to stab out could only stay at the fingertips of both hands. When he was about to burst out the flames to burn the disgusting mucus that made him unable to move for a while, a sharp blade appeared from behind him. The ogre Blue had been invisible and was floating in the air, ready to launch a fatal blow. The Baler had constant eyes that could see through most invisibility, illusion, and transformation spells, but he did not have omniscient vision. Therefore, Blue, who always had ideas, came up with a good idea. In the continuous battle, the ogre mage approached the Baler carefully from the blind spot of the Baler's vision like a clever assassin. When he handed out his wailing harpoon, the sharp blade was less than 1 meter away from the target's brain. However, the experienced Baler adjusted his body in time to prevent this fatal blow. At the most critical moment, the strong Baler turned his head and used his sharp teeth to bite the blade of the wailing harpoon. The experience of life and death stimulated this demon. Originally, it was summoned by another Baler to enjoy the slaughter, but it did not expect to meet such a difficult opponent. The great sense of crisis made it explode with strength, and the muscles all over its body swelled. It held its breath and used all its strength to break free from the binding of the adhesive. Flames erupted from his body, not only incinerating the remaining acid and glue, but also causing Neru, the ogre that had been clinging to his ankle, to let go of him in pain. Internal explosion spell. He was a Thanner demon that was summoned to assist in the battle. Except for the summon Thanner spell, which was restricted and could not be used, other powerful abilities such as the internal explosion spell could be freely used. In the current battle situation, whether it was to vent his anger or to quickly reverse the situation, he had to use the internal explosion spell, which could only be used once a day, in order to achieve the effect of a hammer strike. But why did the ogre, who had failed the sneak attack and retreated quickly, seem to be mocking him? The Baler used its constant eyes that could see the ogre carefully and did not find the ogre's illusion or transformation spells. Then, why did the ogre dare to face an abyss overlord like him? Was there something that he had not thought of? It seemed that a blue dragon who had not yet reached adulthood was preparing this electric shock spell. But did he not know that the Thanner demons were immune to electric shocks? There was a loud bang. This was the sound of an oval-shaped cannonball exploding after breaking through the sound barrier. Under the effect of the strong electric field that Keyes had been accumulating for a while, a metal warhead with an initial speed close to 30 times the speed of sound was shot out instantly. In order to make up for the negative bonus of his body tracing master, Keyes did not hesitate to use a variety of spells. Eagle Eye to increase the aiming effect, Guidance to improve the stability of the warhead's flight trajectory, First Strike to increase the probability of hitting. Under the blessing of multiple spell effects, this metal warhead that had spontaneously combusted due to the friction in the air was like the most lame PUBG player using a headlock cheat. Without a doubt, it directly bombarded the head of the Baler. Capture, limit, backstab, snipe, these were the serial attacks that Keyes had prepared for this powerful Baler. A soul-piercing super electromagnetic gun directly blasted the demon's head into pieces that filled the sky. Keyes and the others retreated even faster. Be careful of burning explosion. To some extent, this was the Baler's talent spell with the highest damage. After being killed, their bodies would turn into small tactical nuclear bombs, and the violent explosion would play the strongest sound in the glorious and heroic life of this demon. With Keyes' reminder, the 3 ogre brothers all retreated quite far away. The flames that always burned on the surface of the Baler's body that had lost its head seemed to have extinguished, and the flames flowed back into the demon's dead body from every pore. The muscles of the body that had dimmed in color swelled a few times and suddenly released the most powerful explosion, everything within a 30-meter radius. including the thick, rocky ground of Avernus, had been wiped away. Before they could completely withdraw, some of the barbed demons that were unfortunately involved were torn apart by the shockwave of the explosion, even though they had fire immunity. This was just like the big explosion that the chained demons gave to the demon army on the city wall, and the power was even more powerful. Chapter 44. The Baler demon did not know if the demons understood the concept of fireworks turn cold, but it felt a chill when it saw the huge fireworks set off by its summoned companion. Under the direct attack of mechanical puppet number 21, the harassment of the 3 Batsa-chained demons, and the support of a Sawajan priest's divine spell, the Baler demon could barely hold on, but it was showing signs of defeat. I can't let it go on like this. From the corner of its eye, it saw that the young blue dragon was preparing to kill its companion with a wave of powerful spray spells. The Baler demon knew that it had to make a decision immediately. With a wave of its hand, it summoned a cloud of death that emitted poison and plague to cover the entire battlefield. This cloud of death prevented others from joining the battle, and at the same time, it hindered Kiza's ability to aim, which was lacking in experience. Other than the mechanical puppet, the chained demons and Sawajan sorcerers who were affected retreated while casting spells such as Dispel Disease on themselves. One of the 2 new chained demons did not seem to be good at casting spells and could only resist the effects of the poison. After a while, it was infected by the strengthened version of the cloud of death summoned by the Baler demon. Its body was wrapped in chains and covered in sores. Soon it died. Use the wind spell to disperse this cloud of death. Keyes was maintaining the charge of his railgun. He wanted to fire the heavy oval-shaped warhead, but with his ability, he could not create a powerful electric field in an instant. He reminded the Sawajan priest loudly. Blue the Ogre had not figured out how to simulate the effect of the wind spell due to the problem of his spellcasting system. The Sawajan, who was reminded, wanted to cast a spell, but it saw the Baler demon laughing at it. Not good. The Sawajan, who mistakenly thought that the demon was going to attack, it did not release the wind spell. Instead, it summoned a water elemental guard in front of it. Idiot! The Baler demon and the blue dragon, who were dealing with the attacks of the mechanical puppet, thought of this word in their minds. Number 21's attack was all-pervasive. The Baler demon had just released the cloud of death and suffered a few attacks, and it used a few new wounds on its body in exchange for the time to cast the spell. The demon's advanced teleportation ability had long been restricted by the space-sealing magic circle on the chain of the chained demon commander. Otherwise, the 2 Balers would not be in a tough fight. Seeing that its intimidation method had succeeded, the Baler risked adding a few more wounds, exchanging injuries for lives. It used a fierce wind slash to finish off another newly advanced chain demon. After completing this tactical surprise attack, the demon finally had the chance to focus on the attacks of the mechanical puppet. Everyone else, including the chained demon commander, who blocked his teleportation ability, could not give him too much pressure. Amber sarcophagus. The Baler turned his fist into a palm and held number 21's iron fist tightly. He did not care if his skin was torn. This spell had to be in contact with the opponent to take effect. A huge mass of amber was summoned out of thin air by the spell, enveloping the mechanical puppet and quickly hardening. However, this sarcophagus made of translucent amber did not seem to be able to make the mechanical puppet lose its resistance. High heat burst out from every crack of the mechanical puppet's body, gradually melting and hardening the amber. Maze. The demon, of course, had a backup plan. He allowed the enemy to add dozens of wounds to him in exchange for a chance to cast the spell, so that he could banish this powerful mechanical puppet with terrifying close combat ability. Casting the maze, a level 8 spell, originally required about 10 minutes of preparation, but this Baylor demon only used one hand gesture to complete the entire casting process. There was no doubt that he was a well-hidden warlock. Keyes speculated that this demon might also be a spellcaster who specialized in spells. When casting spells of this school, it might even be comparable to the level of a legendary mage. After completing the maze, he casually summoned 2 Boda corpses, confirming Keyes' speculation. The 2 Boda corpses jumped and rushed towards the Sawajan priest who was casting the wind spell and the blue dragon who was preparing the railgun. Then, the demon focused his attention on the only remaining chained demon on the battlefield. As long as I get rid of this Batsa bastard, I can use the advanced teleportation spell, and the initiative of the battle will be back in my hands. As expected of the Baylor demon, who was known as the strongest demon, the entire tactical deployment of the desperate counterattack was as smooth as flowing water. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that such a cunning demon could emerge from the chaotic evil camp that had been full of idiots since ancient times. However, those who faced this demon directly were in trouble. The chained demon commander was now in despair. The whole situation of the battle had taken a huge turn, which made him, a Batsa demon who was in the lawful camp, feel extremely uncomfortable. However, as he shouldered the responsibility of guarding the territory, he could not choose to turn and run at the risk of being demoted to a lowly demon. In fact, he could not escape. After the Baylor demon ordered the summoned Boda corpses to attack the spellcaster, it directly found this cowardly and cunning demon who had just put him in a dangerous situation where he could only fight with the mechanical monster. After losing the shackles of number 21's exquisite martial arts, the Baylor demon's strength that it was proud of had returned to its body. The weak-chained demon in front of it waved its thorny chain like a group of floating seaweed. Even if the seaweed suddenly extended and exploded, wrapping itself into a cocoon made of chains, and the snake-like chains constantly tried to use their fangs to cut its skin, it still looked so ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. As if it thought of something funny, the Baylor demon's ear-piercing laughter came out of the steel cocoon. At the same time, a giant hand covered in dense scales came out of the cocoon. With one hand, it tore apart the wrapping of the chains and grabbed the chained demon that dared to play these tricks. The Baylor demon's beheading sword swung in a circle, and who knew how many chains were broken into 2 halves? Lifting the struggling demon in front of its eyes and looking at the chains that were constantly being melted by the flames protecting its body, the demon cruelly used the beheading sword as a dagger and inserted it into the chained demon's body bit by bit. Enjoying the moment of abuse that it had obtained with great difficulty, suddenly something that looked like a bomb with a burning fuse was thrown in front of it. The vigilant Baylor demon was not careless. In an instant, it pulled out the beheading sword from the chained demon's body and slashed hard on this strange object. The bomb still exploded, but the power was not as great as the demon expected. The beheading sword he held with one hand did not even tremble because of the slash. However, the real threat of this bomb was not the impact of the explosion at all. Or rather, only a small part of the damage came from this. Light, holy light, glorious light, all of the positive energy words that could be used to describe light were piled up together, and an indescribably intense radiance erupted in Bator, in Avernus, in Devil's Town, and in front of this abyssal demon. My eyes hurt. What is this thing? Whether it was the Baylor demon who was proud of turning the tide of the battle or the chained demon commander who was being tortured to the brink of death, both of them could withstand the damage of the strong light due to their evil alignment. Even with the Baylor demon's strong physique, it was still dizzy from the strong light. A goblin-dazzling light bomb, filled with 5 quarts, which is 3 pints of the blazing angel's feathers. It's an honorary product of the Wrench family company. The one who answered the questions of the demons was the goblin Renaz, who had hidden within the defensive circle of the half-golems when the battle began. Chapter 45. What is a friend? Mr. 21. Riknaz, who grew up in the Wrench family's workshop, was surrounded by various types of golem workers or half-golem guards. Other than learning various mechanical processing knowledge from his mentors every day, there were very few people who could chat with him. After repairing the language module of the mechanical golem with good intelligence that he picked up by chance, his favorite thing to do was to continue repairing the remaining body of the mechanical golem while chatting with this mechanical golem named 21 on various topics. As long as he could endure the strange words that 21 often said, it was very interesting to communicate with this novel mechanical golem. Even those strange words sometimes seem to make a lot of sense if one thought about it carefully. Friends are gathering in the mountains and forests together, dividing gold and silver by weight, eating large pieces of meat, drinking wine in a jar. You are talking about bandits and robbers, right? I saw it in The Adventures of the Goblin Gondola. But as early as 200 years ago, the last bandit group in the Empire was wiped out. Riknaz tightened a screw on 21's body. Then, friends are when a kid with a family hereditary disease in his eyes escapes from the village and goes on the evil path. Another kid tries his best to find him back. I remember that the unique skill that the kid often uses is an attack skill called Whirlwind Shuriken. I think I have heard of Shuriken before. It is a throwing weapon. But what is chakra? The curious goblin otaku scientist was once again led astray by the strange words of a certain mechanical golem. The communication with 21 was always the most interesting for Riknaz, because the mechanical golem that was used to going astray could always give the genius mechanical designer of the Wrench family new inspiration. Whirlwind Shuriken. The goblin's glare bomb had no effect on Riknaz. He had already pushed down the goggles on his forehead. The strong light was filtered through the brown crystal lens and weakened to the extent that the creature's eyes could accept. In fact, this goblin noble had retreated into the protective circle of the half-golem guards at the beginning of the battle with the Baylor in order to secretly equip the prototype machine, a combat armor that had been created by Riknaz's exquisite skills after the golem provided many ideas about Gundam and the like. The first prototype was a hybrid engine. It was powered by the latest miniature steam engine developed by the Goblin Empire, as well as 30 enchanted energy storage arrays. The circular, semi-enclosed cockpit was made of a variety of composite materials. Dozens of defensive arrays were assembled with enchanted armor, providing the pilot with all-around protection without any blind spots. As for the weapon system of this mecha, apart from being equipped with Goblin orbital missiles and other weapons, its two mechanical arms, powered by sufficient power, would strike despair into the hearts of any enemy who attempted to engage in melee combat. Riknaz, who was less than half the size of an adult human, could stand on the same level as the Baylor after putting on the mech. However, the Goblin's technology had yet to fully analyze the concept of the Whirlwind Shuriken. However, Riknaz, a brilliant mechanical master, had used a new design to make up for this shortcoming. The small enchanted metal umbrella that he had been holding had transformed into a wheel saw full of sharp saw teeth. At this time, it was spinning rapidly in the special groove on the right forearm of the prototype machine. As the Goblin's refined gold stun bullet took effect, the high-speed spinning wheel saw was launched through the steam ejection component, forming the Whirlwind Shuriken that was no less powerful than the wind attribute chakra introduced by number 21. The target was, of course, the Baylor. Riknaz's alchemy goggles could not only protect against strong light, but also had a mechanical aiming system that assisted shooting. Through the electromagnetic remote control technology at close range, it could also constantly adjust the flying angle of the wheel saw. The physical cheat was terrifying. The strong light that erupted from the blazing Templar's feather extract brought great suppression to the bailer of the chaotic evil alignment. The great dizziness even made him stop thinking for a moment. What broke his blank state was severe pain, as if he was cut in half. In fact, he was cut in half by Raiken's whirlwind shuriken. It was just that the cutting power of the wheel saw was too amazing, and the speed of cutting through the demon's waist was too fast. The pain was only captured by his brain after the damage had been done. Advanced, even if he was seriously injured and cut in half, this powerful demon had not died yet. However, he didn't dare to continue fighting. Anyway, the space lock restriction cast by the chained devil had been broken by him. This bailer now just wanted to quickly teleport away. His teleportation was interrupted, and a metal fist with thorns imprinted on the bailer's face. Familiar position, familiar feeling. Number 21 arrived at the battlefield. The heart of the Sawajin sea priest was stored in a box built with magic and machinery in the body of Golem number 21. This design was not just to control the spellcaster. Its real purpose was to let number 21 extract energy to activate the spell effect that had been imprinted on the enchanted armor. Due to the limitations of the material and the level of the Sawajin spellcaster, only 2 spells could be activated. The Otherworld Gate, the golem exiled by the Bailer's Labyrinth spell, had returned to the battlefield through the Otherworld Gate using the Sawajin's heart as a beacon. The other spell effect was Raise Again. Turbulent magic energy spurted out from the golem's palm. The pure magic energy, with explosive and cutting attributes, had a close contact with the head of the Bailer. This Bailer and the companion he summoned ended up in the same state. Perhaps he was more miserable. At least the Bailer's head was only smashed, and he didn't taste the pain of being cut in half. The Bailer that lost its head, or rather the upper half, wanted to capture the golem warrior that attacked at close range. Burn this bastard to death. That was the only thought he had before he died. But this thought did not come to fruition. Keys, who had dealt with the harassment of the Boda corpse, teleported to the side of the demon's body. A railgun directly blasted the body of the Bailer into a rain of blood before it could be used. Saving is glorious, wasting is shameful. Can't waste a spell that has already been prepared. This was Keys's explanation to number 21's complaint of friendly harm afterward, but his action of secretly putting away part of the remaining lower half of the Bailer's body made this explanation more suspicious. But fortunately, the 2 Bailers that suddenly appeared were killed, and the crisis of the camp was finally over. In order to help the Sawajin shaman, that was suddenly drained of a large amount of magic power and was in grave danger under the attacks of the Boda corpses, QYTH replaced the acting commander of the chained demons that had been slaughtered by the Bailer demons. He gave the order to the remaining Barb demons and the other mercenaries from the other planes to eliminate the remaining demon army. This guy still didn't erase the word acting in the end. Keys could not help but sigh as he looked at the corpse of the chained demon that gradually turned into a pool of bubbling mud due to its death. Chapter 46. Those who survived were satisfied. Quest had obtained full authority to command the mercenary camp from another plane. Not only that, on the other end of the communication circle, the devils of Batsu used prophecy magic to repeatedly confirm that there was indeed a fruitful result of killing 2 Bailer demons. The soldiers and resources that were lost in the battle were guaranteed to be immediately replenished. Not only that, the Batsu devil also promised Keys that they would send an emissary to award Keys a medal. Brew was appointed to be in charge of logistics. With the replenishment of mercenaries from various planes, there would be plenty of food from different worlds waiting for him to taste. As for the insufficient portions of the mercenaries, naturally, Barthos's special military canned meat would make up for the lack of food. With the convenience of this position, as a gourmet, he could foresee that his recipes would be greatly enriched. In the end, Nero got what he wanted. Although most of the chained demon's protective chains had rusted away along with its body after being killed by the Baler, there was still a small portion of the animated chains that remained. After obtaining these precious materials from the intermediate demon, the ogre blacksmith stayed in the forge all day long, sweating profusely. He had a dozen ideas on how to use these materials that he needed to experiment with. Seeing that his two brothers had found jobs that they liked, the witch Dr. Paru volunteered to be Key's experimental assistant. After the demons attacked the city, they left behind a large amount of materials that were hard to find in the material plane. Some of them were even flesh from the Baler. After a large number of experiments, Key's knowledge of demon anatomy and Paru's new voodoo techniques improved by leaps and bounds every day. As for Mechanical Golem Number 21 and Goblin Ricknaz, after the battle, they had more ideas about the design of the prototype machine that they had developed together. The two of them worked intensively on making temporary adjustments to the prototype machine. During this period of time, the ogre Nero was the most in contact with them, who also stayed in the forge of the camp. This ogre, who aspired to become the best weaponsmith, had been invited to try out the precision machine tool that the Goblin Ricknaz had brought over to process the parts of the prototype machine. He had gotten along well with the Goblin Mechanical Puppet duo, and he had even gifted a portion of the Chain Demon's animated chains to Mechanical Puppet number 21, who was also interested in it. Of course, not everyone was completely unsatisfied. As one of the only two high-tier spellcasters in the camp, the Sawajan Ocean Shaman had always held a grudge over being captured and turned into a power bank for Golem number 21. Still, she had to spend her energy preparing a substantial amount of electric spells every day to strengthen the half-golem guards, which was why she rarely had a chance and no one to complain about. These peaceful days were only temporary. Looking at the daily shipment of war resources and the mercenaries from other planes sent by the blood-armored demons, Quest knew that the true test could begin at any moment. The ambush they encountered by the demon vanguard was only the tip of the iceberg of the entire bloody war. Perhaps not long after Avernus fully came into contact with the abyssal plane, his camp might suddenly appear somewhere in the abyss, just like the demon army that had appeared out of nowhere. At that time, this place would truly become an isolated island, facing the onslaught of the Thanner, demons alone like the waves in the ocean. Perhaps to prove Keyes' conjecture about the impending war. Ever since the two Balers were killed, not only did the demon patrols that provided supplies and the demon convoys that transported mercenaries come to the camp more frequently, but even some merchant groups came to this remote camp to sell their goods. The merchant groups that dared to take advantage of the outbreak of the Blood War and come to the front lines to make a fortune were naturally not made up of creatures from the material plane. The members of the merchant groups were a group of old Anababas and perhaps some Yugoloths that came from the scorching inferno and belonged to the neutral evil faction. They were the bosses behind the scenes. In order to obtain blood money, these fellows wandered the various strongholds of the abyssal plane and the infernal plane. The old Anababas who were proficient in shape-shifting always transformed into various beautiful female creatures, especially beautiful elves, so that they could provide some helpful help when discussing the price of goods with their customers. Oh ho ho, my dear little boy, I guess this must be your first time participating in a blood war. Perhaps this big sister can provide you with some help. The old ghost woman transformed into a wood elf with bronze skin with some green embellishments. She blinked her bright brown eyes and smiled sweetly as she enthusiastically promoted her various treasures to the customers in front of her. Oh, my dear little boy, I guess this must be your first time participating in a blood war. Perhaps you need an indestructible sword, much better than the one on your waist. What do you think of this sword that once belonged to a high-grade paladin? Or perhaps you don't want to run in front of those cruel Tana re-barbarians and smell their body odor. I have to say that this is a wise idea. Perhaps you need this equipment, an arcane staff stolen by a legendary thief from the famous Archmage Elminster. With it, you can stand at a distance and shoot all kinds of spells at will. By Yubi, how interesting. Or perhaps he really is a picky customer. Fortunately, Big Sister has enough stock here. For example, this talisman that can help you resist death once. I spent a lot of effort to get this talisman from that stingy death god, Nero. If you like it, I can sell it to you at cost price. It really can be found everywhere. Only $9.98, only $998. Keys thought. He did not need to look carefully to know that this ugly creature in a good-looking skin was peddling some fake goods. Those fake magic auras would disappear after a few days, but by then, those fellows who went to the battlefield would probably not have the chance to come back and cause trouble for them. The reason why he spent time in contact with these fake merchants was that in addition to producing and selling fake goods, they sometimes played the role of informers. Thanks to the commercial network of Bator and the Abyss, they could occasionally obtain valuable information that was more timely than the spies sent by Bator. Not wanting to continue listening to this old woman's TV shopping sales tactics, Keyes imitated the tone commonly used by demons and said bluntly, "Stop your tricks. Don't waste my time with these lousy things to fool bumpkins. I want to see someone in your caravan who has a say. Maybe I can find something worth spending some money on from her." The old woman did not get angry because she was interrupted because her eyes were attracted by an excellent soul prism that the young man in front of her kept tossing up and down in his hand. Because the soul of the victim was imprisoned in the crystal, it glowed brightly and caught the ugly creature's eye. Demons above, that was the best currency in the underworld. Even in the chaotic, bottomless abyss, that thing was the hard currency of the purchasing power clans. Even the worst soul prism was worth more than 10 gold calamity coins, or more than 100 hexahedral steel coins that circulated in the scorching hell. This kind of high-grade currency was very attractive to the demons in the underworld, whether it was to play with it or directly absorb the souls imprisoned in it to strengthen oneself. I can tell that you're a big shot who knows the business. Of course, I'm very honored to serve you. Although the old woman was trying her best to please the customer in front of her, her eyes did not move away from the soul prism that was constantly tossing up and down. But I think you also know that the person in charge of the caravan is usually very busy and not easy to talk to. If you disturb them rashly, there will be some difficulties. Chapter 47. In the lower plains, it was not difficult to get a ghost to grind the mill, especially when it was paid with a hard currency like the soul prism. The old Anababa, who was carrying a huge sum of money, carefully led Quess around a large group of black-hearted fellows who were swindling in the trading area planned by the camp. They walked to a small, unattended tent beside the fence where the caravan had placed the camel beasts. She picked up a heart-shaped amulet that she carried with her and held it in her palm. Then, she used the amulet to fiddle with a row of tassel curtains hanging from the tent's doorframe. It was as if she was playing a harp with a plectrum. "Oh, sir, please don't mind. The president has added many protective spells on it. Only by opening it with the correct key can we avoid some unnecessary trouble." As if she was worried that Keys would be slighted because of the delay in opening the door, the old Anababa explained with a smile. The spell on the tassel curtains seemed to be activated by the correct key, and a secret mark appeared on the curtains. The old Anababa quickly activated the secret mark on her amulet. After the two matched, the tent's curtains automatically opened. Under the lead of the old Anababa, they stepped through the tent's door and walked in. At first, Quest thought that this inconspicuous tent would at most have a level 4 Liaoming's hut attached to it, but when he came in, he found that a level 7 Mordenkainen's mansion was fixed here. Really scammed a lot of money. Stepping on the perfect hexagonal steel floor that was obviously in the style of the scorching inferno, Keyes saw the old Anababa respectfully bowing to the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who was sitting behind a huge desk copying documents. She also introduced some of the requirements of the rich man she brought. As expected, this guy who hid his entire body in a leather-hooded robe with only a jackal-like and dog-like face was the real boss of this Chamber of Commerce. And he was indeed a Yugoloth demon. To be more precise, he was a Yugoloth judge demon. Judge demons were the scribes, file managers, negotiators, and middlemen of the Yugoloth demons in the scorching inferno. Just like the contract fiends, who lived in the 9 prisons of Bader, these neutral and evil fiends were born with the ability to speak and write various known languages. However, due to the rules of the Yugoloth society in the scorched inferno, they had to obey the jurisdiction of the adjudicators, who had a higher status but weren't as powerful as them. Many adjudicators chose to leave the scorched inferno and come to the hell of Bator or the bottomless abyss to make a living. This kind of evil spirit was born to be good at manipulating magic skills. Through learning, most of them could become excellent warlocks or magicians. However, in terms of close combat, they were not much stronger than the Combat 5 trash. With their average strength and agility, it was thanks to their brains that they were able to survive in the lower realms. The president of the Judgment Magic Chamber of Commerce didn't even finish listening to the old woman's lengthy explanation. He silently cast a malicious transfiguration spell, temporarily turning the old woman from a beautiful wood elf girl into a small lizard with a forked tongue running around anxiously. For this, the Judgment Magic Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to add another secondary field cage spell. Hey, look, these female little fellows never know how to be concise and comprehensive. They don't know at all that time is money, is life. They habitually nag and jump up and down whenever they encounter a problem. It's really terrible. The Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce stood up from behind the desk with the scroll in his hand and walked to Keyes. He put his palms together and performed a magician's greeting. He saw that the old woman was still struggling in the cage. He seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this rude behavior and made a hand gesture with the beginning of an acid ball. The old woman immediately stopped struggling. Seeing that his deterrence was successful, the Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce revealed a satisfied smile. May I know what you need specifically? I need to estimate the price. Of course, if you use a hard currency like the Soul Prism, as that little fellow said, I can make the decision and give you a VIP discount of 10%. The situation of the opponents in this blood war, the division of forces, whether there is a third party that may participate in the war, as well as the cultivation methods that some high-level warriors commonly use after taking charge of a camp, he would receive a corresponding daily salary and allowance in Batower. The currency of payment was the Soul Prism. Only then did he know that the chain demons wanted to climb up the ranks so that they could get rid of the meaning of the word agent. This meant that there would be more Soul Prism to take every day, which was greatly beneficial for demons to increase their own strength. This new income gave Keyes enough confidence when shopping. He did not want to use those impure souls to strengthen himself, so he was not as stingy as the Batsu when it came to the Soul Prism. It was better for him to make the best use of it. Yes, I understand. The Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce made a gesture, and a quill pen that had automatically recorded the items that Keyes mentioned on a scroll stopped writing. The list was dragged by the unseen servant into the hands of the Chamber of Commerce's president. Let's start with the simplest, the cultivation techniques of high-level warriors. Let me think, although he said that he wanted to think. the Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce immediately controlled the unseen servant to take out a small booklet that was not properly bound. To be honest, those boorish men who like to play with swords and spears. Oh, I'm not talking about you. The Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce saw that Keyes was dressed in light armor and had a long sword at his waist, and apologized for accidentally offending him. Creatures who are used to close combat, even if they are divine warriors who believe in gods or powerful monks who can cultivate to the highest level and become immortal, still rely on their instincts and some shallow techniques to increase their combat ability. Perhaps their attacks are unstoppable and their defense is impenetrable, but these abilities, other than the most basic techniques, do not have any other tricks that can be taught. What is powerful is themselves and not their cultivation methods. The Judge Demon Chamber of Commerce suddenly stopped talking and looked at Keyes with a expression. After being rewarded with a calamity coin, the Demon Chamber of Commerce continued his narration. Of course, just like the basic laws of the entire multiverse, chaos and order, good and evil, natural opposites but interdependent. There is also a small group of warriors. Among them, there is a cultivation method that can continuously improve their combat skills. They divide different types of techniques into different fighting schools, among which the most complete system is the White Raven School that is good at group actions and is proficient in joint attacks. The Iron Heart School that prefers fine control of the body and weapons, similar to the Paladins. The Devout School that relies on faith to fight, through training the nerves and the mind. The Steel Soul School that is as good as a Gale in offense and defense. The Rock Dragon School that focuses on increasing strength, destructive power, and defensive power. The Tiger Claw School that stimulates the body's bestial instincts and violently attacks while dodging. The Shadow Hand School that is proficient in concealment and sneak attacks and can use the body to control negative energy and shadow energy. The Twilight School that is known for their sleeping and throwing techniques and rarely loses in one-on-one combat. The Desert Wind School that uses martial arts to control flames and focuses on area of effect damage. These martial arts schools are spread in the remote corners of the multiverse, and there are very few people there. The knowledge of martial arts that occasionally comes from the mouth of the planar travelers, and when it reaches the ears of the knowledgeable scholars, it is mostly superficial names. After all, most planar travelers are skilled spellcasters, and most of them don't know anything about martial arts, or they don't care about them at all. However, it just so happens that I have been to a plane where warriors are rampant. As a Yugoloth merchant who is good at recording, I won't be as superficial as the bumpkins of the material plane. Thus, I have properly recorded some of the knowledge that I traded from the hands of the warriors with extraordinary martial arts. Although it's definitely incomplete, I can guarantee that all the recorded content has been tested with divination magic to ensure that it's accurate and accurate. Moreover, as the saying goes, the less something is precious. Seeing that this Judge Demon was doing the same TV shopping promotion as the old Anababa under him, Quess hurriedly interrupted him. 20 soul prisms. That is the highest price I can accept. I won't agree to less than 40. Boy, you have to know that knowledge is priceless. Hee, Yugoloth Demon, do you think I'm that easy to trick? That book is just a copy of a spell. There are, at most, 25 soul prisms. Boy, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will never be able to find this rare knowledge rubbing. 35 soul prisms, fixed price. Can you refund these things within 7 days without a reason? Can you waive delivery fees? Can you have the patience of a customer service lady? The Judgment Demon didn't understand the first 2 words. He only understood the word customer service lady that Keyes used in Inferno language. He originally wanted to reply that his merchant guild had more than 30 old ghost nannies to service. But looking at the fellow locked in the secondary force field cage, and recalling the true appearance of the old ghost nannies, he could only helplessly reply Keyes with the word, "No." Although the judgment demon was a greedy and cunning black-hearted merchant, his words were usually consistent with his words and disdained to lie. So, without these after-sales service terms, why should I pay so much money for your incomplete books? Or, rather, other than me, who else would pay you even a green corner? Those brainless demons that don't know how to read, or those demons that crave power and more power every day? Or do you think that among the bumpkins that came here from the material plane, who would have the mind to restart their training at the front lines? No one else. This is an absolute buyer's market. As if to strengthen his aura, Keyes took a step forward like the judgment demon. This action made the judgment demon, who was useless in close combat, quickly retreat. Friend, even if you did pay a price to obtain this knowledge. But if you can't sell it, you will never get anything in return. As a qualified merchant, you should learn the word stop loss, right? 27 soul prisms, my final bid. What will be used to pay is not the tacky calamity coin, nor is it the silver coin that will act like a poisonous pincer. More importantly, it will be the magnetic coin that will stick to your other hexahedral steel coins and never be separated. Think about the feeling of those beautiful crystals that contain soul power colliding in your money bag. When negotiating, Keyes was more demonic than a demon. Using the valuable experience he gained from bargaining with Mobo Merchant on Mobo, the Blue Dragon youth actually made the cunning Yugoloth magic merchant speechless. If there was something like an attribute panel, Keyes' skill level in bargaining, clever words, and bluffing would all increase rapidly. Chapter 48. All right, deal. But I would like to ask, are you interested in joining my guild as a training instructor? After receiving a definite negative reply, the judgment fiend could only pass the rubbing to Keth. He then carefully checked the pouch of soul prism that Keth paid for it twice. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully kept it in the inner pocket of his robe, as if it wanted to get back at Lucian. The Yugoloth calmed down and used the two spells, Fox's Cunning and Owl's Insight, on itself to temporarily increase its intelligence and perception. Then, a confident smile appeared on its jackal-like face that could scare a child to tears appeared on its face. Eloquent boy, the next exchange of information about the blood war is a little complicated. First, the judgment demon reached into the many pockets of his robe and found some fine sand that glowed with fluorescent light. After throwing it into the air, he chanted a short spell. This was the only spell Keyes saw that this demon needed materials and chance to cast. It seems to be some kind of high-level anti-detection spell. Keyes made a basic judgment, and at the same time, he was secretly on guard against any sudden attacks. Feeling the vigilance of the boy in front of him, the judgment demon explained after finishing his spell, "Don't worry, there won't be any flames or ice that will interfere with our exchange. This is just a small preparation. Before every exchange of information, I will prepare the corresponding anti-detection spell." It's better to be prepared. Keyes didn't know if he was explaining his actions or praising the Yugoloth's caution, but he only replied with one sentence. "That's right. It's a good habit to be prepared." The judgment demon stroked his few strands of beard as if he was extremely confident in the anti-detection spell he cast. He no longer spoke softly like before. Instead, he used a voice that was between a dog's bark and a wolf's howl to loudly echo Keyes' words in the Inferno language. "Boy, I admit that you are indeed an expert when it comes to business. But for the next exchange, I've also made sufficient preparations." Clapping his hands, The unseen servant handed over an hourglass that was only the size of a wine bottle that halflings used to drink. From now on, every word I say is extremely valuable information about the Blood War. I guarantee that you will feel that it's worth it. However, the Yugoloth merchant snapped his fingers, and the hourglass floated in front of Keys. At the same time, the sand above began to fall. There's no price for this deal. Now, every time the sand in the hourglass runs out, you have to pay 3 soul prisms. As for whether you are willing to pay the bill or not, boy, you can pick up the hourglass anytime. I won't stop you. As expected, those who could do business in the lower realms were quite capable. They actually knew the tricks of hunger marketing and time-sharing payment. Keys threw the 3 soul prisms into Judgment Fiend's outstretched hand, indicating that he agreed to the trade. The Ugro's magic merchant shook the reward in his hand and revealed a satisfied expression as he slowly said, "That's right. The fact that you're interested in information about the blood battle means that you're not just an ordinary soldier that the devils dragged over from the material plane. According to the information that our merchant guild obtained from the higher-ups of the Batsu people, the acting commander of the camp had already perished in an encounter. The one who replaced him as the actual commander of this camp should be you. This time, it's different from the past. It's not the current Lord of Avernus, Bear, but the noble evil dragon god, the 5-headed dragon god Tiamat, as the commander of the entire Blood War. This is rare. Even in the entire history of the Blood War, there were not many times that a great, true god participated in it. Other than the issue of the commander, there's something else that's unusual. The location of this battle is not the Gray Plains where battles often break out. The two sides are also not fighting for the control of the 10,000 Abyss Plains and Avernus. This may not match the information that the other devils have revealed to you. The Abyss and Bator are more often evenly matched. There were some signs of infiltration in this war, which had happened several times before. The 9 prisons of Bator's Avernus and a certain level of the Abyss are pushed by someone. It's more likely that it's the work of a demon prince or a demon lord. Some areas overlap. The armies of devils and demons fight each other. The final victor will obtain an additional reward in addition to the faction reward of the Blood War, territory. In this kind of battle, the devils usually have the upper hand. At least in the past, there were only a few infiltration battles that ended with the devils' final victory. Hence, they were captured by Avernus in several levels of the Abyss, pulled out of the Chaos faction, and gradually assimilated into Hell, a new land in Hell. At this point, Judgment Fiend stopped talking. The hourglass had already finished. According to the agreement, Kays handed over 3 soul prisms to the evil demon before continuing. This kind of plane infiltration almost always brings great benefits to the devils, but the devils rarely take the initiative to use this kind of battle method. The reason is the huge investment in the early stages that is proportional to the income. According to the statistics of the Batsu's higher-ups, in order to push Avernus to completely overlap with the Abyss, it requires the power of a medium god to create a complete avatar. This avatar is almost equivalent to a god with weak divine power. Even if it's a partial overlap, it requires at least a weak god to consume a complete avatar. With the strength of a weak divine power of the evil dragon goddess Tiamat, in order to achieve this, it can be said that it will consume a lot of energy. It's important to note that this is only the investment required before the battle, and in order to achieve complete victory, according to past experience, it will require at least 200 years of war. During this period, there may be attacks from other demon lords or even demon princes. Even with the support of the Batsu Devil, the 5-headed dragon queen will have to bear a huge risk in this war. Unless she has a reason to do so, Judgment Fiend stopped talking once again and revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Keyes, who was eager to know these secrets, could only pay as promised. Boy, or Lord Commander, you have made a wise choice. The most lasting influence a person can hope to leave behind in the Blood War is to become a small footnote in the annals of the war. It's a pity that in billions of years, only a few mortals have such an honor. Of course, those wise gods are not included. Do you know why mortals are mostly cannon fodder in the Blood War? Almost everyone who participates in the Blood War thinks that their own strength is too weak and the scale of the war is too large. But this is only part of the reason. Between the two sides of the war, the merchants of Yugoloth who have carefully wandered around for many eras have a different opinion. Mortals are mostly short-sighted and participate in the Blood War in hopes of obtaining power. It's easy for them to become addicted to the battle and give up on thinking. When waving swords and preparing spells occupy all of the brain, leaving no space to think about the true motive of the war, it is also the time when a living being is about to reach the end of the war. But it seems that you are an exception with a clever mind. In order to congratulate your wisdom and to congratulate me for finding a long-term trading partner, the above words will be a discount, and I will not charge you any fees. This time, the Judgment Fiend fiddled with the half-fallen hourglass and let it start counting again. Chapter 49. As a mortal, trying to guess the plans of the gods is definitely a whimsical idea. Even legendary wizards who are most proficient in language spells would find it difficult to pry into the true thoughts of those great beings. However, this does not prevent us from trying to deduce the possible motives from another angle. According to Bats's higher-ups, we have already learned that the target of the Dragon Queen's battle is the 473rd layer of the Abyss, the Acid Fog Canyon Plane. The one leading this plane is a new type of Tana, re-demon, known as the Acid Fogworm. They are created from the souls of countless ignorant followers and evil helpers who fell into the Abyss. The one who created this demon officially informed the new demon lord of this layer. It is a giant worm created by the previous Balo Lord, and it has successfully defeated and devoured its creator. Its name is the Worm Tyrant. As this plane is too dangerous for ordinary demons, my merchant did not set up a trading point in it. Only the Yugoloth demons of my race who are engaged in shipping on the River Styx have passed on some information regarding this place. The information either cannot be verified or it sounds very much like rumors. It's just that I've found an interesting piece of information among these rumors. Asking for payment again. This Yugoloth merchant was like a web novelist who was good at digging holes. Step by step, he enticed Keyes to pay for the information he spoke of. Of course, Keyes still chose to continue listening to him. On one hand, his wallet was not in urgent need for now. On the other hand, he felt that the evil demon's words were not all empty words. The Judgment Demon, who was paid, seemed to have the motivation to continue speaking. That terrifying worm tyrant, after continuously achieving successes that even his predecessor, the Balo Lord, could not hope to achieve, he set his sights on how to get his hands on the throne of the gods. At the beginning of ruling the Acid Fog Canyon Plane, in order to increase his own strength, he relied on unimaginable tricks to successfully lure a large number of high-ranked spellcasters to become his guests. Then, he turned them all into his little desserts. The desserts that gave him the greatest satisfaction were the large number of dragon-type creatures, especially the evil dragons led by the Penishade dragons. As it had devoured a large number of dragons, it had even evolved some dragon bloodline characteristics. This way, if the Devil Overlord successfully ascended to godhood, its clergy would most likely be involved in a domain that was threatening to the evil dragon god. As a demon lord, he had the direct favor of the bottomless abyss. If he were to become a great deity, Her Highness Tiamat would have no way to deal with him. Therefore, The Dragon Queen's expedition this time was to gain the initiative by striking first. According to reliable sources, the other dragon gods, even the platinum dragon god Bahamut, the Dragon Queen's enemy, did not want such a person to appear among the dragon gods. His Highness even restricted the fights between the good dragons and the evil dragons during this period of time. A total of 30 soul prisms. After listening to the Yugoloth merchant's information, the soul prism that Keyes had accumulated over the past 2 days was no longer enough to pay for his needs. Boy, do you want to owe a reasonable payment to a legitimate Yugoloth merchant? After Keyes showed the empty money bag to the Judgment Demon, the demon's expression suddenly changed. He pulled off the hood that he had been wearing, and the eyes on the jackal-like head flashed coldly. Or, do you want to do a mortgage business? This is also an acceptable way of payment, but there will be a small handling fee. I refuse. Doing a mortgage business with a Yugoloth demon was simply booking his future in advance. Keyes did not intend to become a sad person imprisoned in a soul prism. I will pay with a perfect soul prism. The value of a soul prism lay in the imprisoned soul inside, and a perfect soul prism was the product of only completing the last wish of the imprisoned soul. Once this condition was met, the imprisoned soul would also be purified, and the originally impure soul energy would undergo a qualitative change like rotten wine turning into fine wine. The value of such a soul prism would also increase by leaps and bounds. 73. Normal soul prism. Keyes said confidently to the Judgment Demon, who was captivated by the term perfect soul prism and did not consider the question of how the poor boy could conjure something of a higher value. Before I came, I used a spell to check the real-time official exchange rate of the 9th level of Bator, Nessus. A perfect soul prism is worth 73 normal soul prism. After that, Keyes walked towards the maliciously deformed old Anababa, who was trapped by the secondary field cage. The young man's right hand clenched into a fist and directly passed through the barrier, dispelling the old woman's transformation. This scene caused the Judgment Demon, who was watching from the side, to feel his heart skip a beat. Out of caution, he chose to cast more defensive spells on himself. It's a good habit to be prepared. Keyes joked as he silently cast a hold monster spell, nailing the old Anababa, who had just dispelled her maliciously transformed back into an ugly old witch with a pointy nose. Taking out a soul prism that the old Anababa had hidden, Keyes explained to the Judgment Demon beside him. The soul imprisoned in this soul prism was a fellow who had once come to Bator to participate in the Blood War, intending to make a fortune from the war. This unfortunate fellow had listened to the deceitful words of some unscrupulous merchants and used his entire fortune to exchange for some so-called divine artifacts. As you can imagine, the huge difference between the seller's show and the buyer's show caused this unfortunate fellow to lose his soul. His greatest wish was to exact his revenge on these unscrupulous merchants. As the explanation ended, Keyes pulled out his sword, the Frosty Hell iron sword that was tempered by the future Master Forger Ogre Nero. The sword's weight was reasonable, and it was convenient for slashing. The blade was also very sharp, so it easily chopped off the head of the old Anababa, who was nailed to the ground. Throwing the soul prism in his hand that seemed to have been tempered, and its brilliance had become abnormally pure to the Yugoloth merchant who was carefully guarding against him, Karth said, "Don't worry." An old Anababa, who had received the most complete training in the art of speech and obtained the title of master salesman. The price in Bader's slave market is 20 normal soul prism. Previously, I still owe you the last 3 normal soul prism. A perfect soul prism is worth 73 soul prism. Mr. Judgment Demon, you should also give me 50 soul prisms. They were currently in a military camp in Bator, and the actual controller of this military camp had demonstrated a spellcasting ability that was on par with, or even stronger than him. The Yugoloth merchant did not dare to go back on his word. Holding the 50-soul prism and the 9-sword sect combat manual, Keys, who had walked to the door, turned around and said to the Yugoloth merchant, "Mr. Judgment Demon, shouldn't a professional merchant like you say thank you for your patronage or welcome your next visit?" Chapter 50. After the demon's attack was completely defeated, only some bloody bones and rocks were left on the battlefield. The wailing and rotting smell would disappear, and the demons would collect the more complete corpses of the Tana demons to be dissected and studied by the new commander of the camp. Those who still had a breath left would be taken away by the patrols that came to the settlement regularly to add bricks to the skull pillar that was always under construction in Avernus. As for the broken corpses of the demons and the fallen defenders, the fireballs that fell from the sky of Avernus would bury some of them, while the rest would become food for the various wandering creatures of Bator or the captive lowlifes. Perhaps some would even be dragged into some military canned food processing plant. Who knew? Perhaps it was because of the plentiful results of killing the 2 Balers, but the mercenary camp from another plane had a higher strategic value in the eyes of the Batsu Devil bureaucrats. More mercenaries who came from other worlds to participate in the blood war were arranged to be stationed here one after another. Following that, more war resources and supplies were provided. With sufficient manpower, the second layer of the defensive wall that had been destroyed in the battle outside the camp was quickly repaired. Even the third layer of the defensive position was in the process of being built in full swing. All kinds of races gathered here, and the originally isolated and crude camp quickly developed into the embryonic form of a town fortress. Other than the warehouses used to store food and other supplies, the barracks for the mercenaries, and the smithy for the repair and forging of weapons, these were the necessary facilities of a military camp, and the scale was constantly expanding. Small taverns where the mercenaries could drink to their heart's content, open-air gambling dens, and commercial stalls for trading goods had also quietly appeared in the camp. Where there were people, there would be trouble. Not long ago, during the demon army's siege, Dalton, who had relied on his keen observation and flexible mind to escape with his life, had recruited some survivors from the original Broom Eyebrows gang and also gained new followers from other planes. This was another advantage of having a flexible mind. Dalton, who had learned the basic Inferno language, could communicate with the creatures from other planes without much effort. "Boss Dalton, I saw something good over there at those metal spirit peddlers." The one who spoke was a Ceronian. It had the head of a deer and the body of a human. It had a kind and beautiful appearance, but in fact, it was a ferocious monster that liked to use its large hands to strangle its enemies to death. "Idiot, it's an elven vendor." Dalton, who was picking his nails with a knife, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the guy. He said gloomily, "If you're not nimble enough, that tongue of yours will be useless. In our soft Maple City, grilled deer tongue is a famous dish. If you want to control these ferocious guys, you have to be even more ferocious than them." This was Dalton's common technique. "Tell me, what did you see?" "Dragon hide armor. Armor made from the impervious skin of a red dragon." Dalton's original rattan armor was quickly scrapped in close combat with the demons, and he was not used to wearing metal plate armor to fight. Recently, he had been using some inferior goods to deal with it. Therefore, when he heard the news, he was very interested. He immediately brought a group of his subordinates to the stall that sold the dragon leather armor to see what was going on. "Hey, sir, are you also interested in this leather armor? This is the best product made from the strongest red dragon of the Pentashade, Megalosaurus. It was tanned repeatedly by many master craftsmen for 49 days and nights to complete." Another old ghost woman who used magic to disguise herself as an elf was promoting her product. Looking at the skeptical look of the customer in front of her, the sales master picked up a broken dagger from her stall. She aimed at the tricky joint of the dragon leather armor and stabbed the dagger with both hands. With a crisp ding, the broken blade of the dagger, which was often used for performances, was damaged again. This is a genuine dragon skin armor. It can be the most solid protection for your little life. The old hag vendor threw the dagger to the side, without leaving a trace. Then, as if she was striking while the iron was hot, she said to the customer who had just finished watching her performance, "It is said that the red dragon that was used as the source of the material wailed for 3 days and 3 nights before its skin was completely peeled off. Its painful wailing also lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This is the secret to making dragon skin armor. After going through this ritual, the dragon skin is already tough and thick, so it won't be damaged by any ordinary iron. It also has a certain degree of resistance against the breath of the fire dragon." "How much?" 2 voices asked at the same time. A weak bandit leader and a young girl who is still wet behind the ears. The 2 people who asked for the price looked at each other and then had an evaluation of each other in their hearts. Not far away, the golem and the ogre Neru, who were also strolling in the commercial area, saw the situation. Number 21 said in an educating tone, "Look, the big guy Neru. Someone is going to be scammed by the old ghost woman again. There is no Consumer Protection Association here, and there are no official customer service staff. If someone is scammed, it will be difficult to find the scammer who slipped away." The ogre blacksmith had bought an expensive weapon from the commercial area because he was excited by the prospect. After he brought it to the workshop and showed it to the golem and Riknaz, he was immediately pointed out by the goblin scholar, who was proficient in all kinds of mechanical processes and had a high professional level, that he had bought a fake. So the ogre dragged his new good friend, the golem warrior, to look for the seller and prepared to argue with him. Unfortunately, the 2 of them wandered around for a long time and did not see the black-hearted seller who sold the fake goods. For safety reasons, once the goods were successfully sold, the old ghost woman would immediately change her appearance after the customer left. If only Paulu or Brew were here, they would definitely remember the person's appearance. If not, they would remember the person's smell. "Hey, that ogre just now is back." Kikik. At this time, the old ghost woman who had changed her appearance and was holding a dragon leather armor glanced at the person she had successfully scammed from the corner of her eyes. She could not help but feel proud. This was the scene that made her happiest. She stood by the side and admired the regret and annoyance that her scam brought. "Hey, elf girl, did you hear that? How much is this leather armor?" Oh, thank you for your patronage. You can take this high-grade goods that are cleared out for 50 calamity coins." Seeing that someone was about to take the bait again, the old ghost woman quickly withdrew her attention and said with a flattering expression, it was still within the price range that he could afford. Dalton nodded with satisfaction and prepared to pay. A crystal pillar-like currency was thrown to the old ghost woman by the female warrior, who had inquired with Dalton. A soul prism. The quick-witted old Anababa grabbed the high-grade currency of the underworld. After showing an apologetic expression to Dalton, her eyes were attracted by the prismatic crystal in her hand that was shining with soul light. She kept stroking this little cutie that she had only received a few times in her many years of business. When the deer-headed Saronian subordinate saw that someone dared to intercept his boss, he could not help but jump out and curse. He was ready to show his face in front of his new boss. As soon as he started cursing in the infernal language, he was slapped back down by Dalton. Broom Eyebrows, who had been in Bator for quite some time, was gradually able to easily measure a person's worth, just like when he was in Soft Maple City. This little girl in front of him, who he thought was still wet behind the ears, was able to casually take out a high-grade currency that was worth 50 or more gold coins. It was obvious that she was not an easy person to deal with. The scene of his subordinate offending a big shot and causing trouble for him was still fresh in his mind. Glancing coldly at the deer-headed Saronian who was trying to insult her, the female warrior who paid with the soul prism said to the old ghost woman, "I want to see the effects of this dragon skin armor. Put it on and show it to me." After receiving the payment, the old ghost woman put on the dragon skin armor neatly and showed it to the female warrior. "Is this dragon skin armor really invulnerable?" "Of course, it has already been tested." "Can it really resist the breath of a megalosaurus?" "Of course, this is a red dragon." Chapter 51. Just like the needle-leaf moss in Avernus, it could only emerge for a short while when the rain of fire stopped before it was burned to ashes. The good mood that Quess had just gained from the black-hearted merchant, Eugros, was washed away by this distant relative in a sense. Cryphia, a female adult red dragon who had just reached adulthood, was standing in front of Keys. As the youngest direct descendant of the Dragon Queen, and the most favored red dragon bloodline among the five-colored megalosaurus, Cryphia was also a rising star that received a lot of attention in the evil dragon court. The reason why such an important person would condescend to come to this camp was to fulfill the promise that the evil Dragon Council and Batsu's higher-ups had made to Keys for killing the two Baylor demons. Everything had been going smoothly. Cryphia, who had transformed into a female warrior, used her red dragon bloodline and powerful strength as a descendant of a god to pass through the unsafe path alone due to the impending planar infiltration and the harassment of scattered demon armies. She entered the otherworldly mercenary camp under Kiza's rule. However, because an unscrupulous old ghost woman peddling dragon leather armor made of red dragon skin, this young and aggressive female red dragon was directly angered. He unsheathed the great sword on his back and executed a cross slash, slicing the old woman into 4 pieces. Still angry, she transformed into her adult red dragon body and used a flame breath to turn half of the business district in the camp to dust. She even wiped out a portion of the otherworldly mercenaries. Although you're not strong enough as a young blue dragon, you don't have to be so polite to that Yugoloth demon just now. I can take care of that guy for you before I leave. The red dragon girl, who had transformed into her human form and was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, said nonchalantly as she watched Kays persuade the judgment demon, who came to ask for compensation, to leave. Kith frowned as he turned his back to the masculine red dragon, who completely fit the role of a Chinibu girl. He made a helpless expression at the 3 ogre brothers and the 2 goblin golem duo before he adjusted his expression and turned back to speak. "Officer Cryphia, these are all trivial matters. There's no need to take it to heart. Let's talk about the appointment that you didn't finish talking about." The appointment was made by the evil Dragon Council and Bardo's first layer strategic defense attack and logistics department. Cryphia, the red dragon, added the name of the Batsa Devil's superior department, which Keys could not remember even with his memory. She straightened her face and said solemnly, "Based on the wish of the great Dragon Queen, the evil Dragon Council and the Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau of the first level of Batsa Devil have suggested that the primary strategic goal of this bloody battle is to completely destroy all living demonic races on the 473rd level of the Abyss." In order to show her firm tone towards this order, Cryphia drew the huge sword that was as big as a door on her back and stabbed it into the stone floor of the new camp commander's staff room. "The wrath of the Megalosaurus shall pour down upon the heads of the demons who dare to offend the Dragon Queen's majesty. The breath of the pentashade dragon shall purify the plain that is filled with blasphemy, destroy all life, and plunge the earth into the hell of Bator. Then what is the order of the army under my command? Keyes was a little speechless as he looked at the female red dragon, who still could not explain the specific details of the appointment. However, he still went along with her tone and asked. Krithia pressed down on the ball of the huge sword with one hand and pressed it down deeply. The huge sword sank a little deeper into the ground. Based on your achievements in defeating the 2 Balers, the camp under your command will become the first batch of advanced fortresses after the plain overlaps with the abyss. You will share this glory with the other 99 camps. You will build a Hell Gate fortress for the army of Bator that can attack from other planes. God have mercy. Keyes was originally arranged to be in this remote camp by the old dragon Sorota's connections, so that he could have a higher chance of escaping unscathed. However, for some inexplicable reason, they were attacked by the demonic vanguard and were forced to fight 2 Balers. It was not easy to kill the Balers, but they were asked to carry out an even more dangerous mission, parachute airdrop to the enemy's base to open the door. What magic materials are needed to build a Hell Gate fortress? How long does it take to cast the spell? Keyes made a final struggle. This was an order directly given by the evil Dragon Council, and the Batsa Devil, with his strength, he could not resist at all. He could only hope that this mission would not lead to certain death. All Batsa camps will raise lowly demons. Those lowly demons are the most important casting materials. As for the preparation time, 12 spellcasters who can use spells of level 3 and above will be divided into 2 groups. They will take turns to use all their spell slots to memorize specific spells and continue casting for 3 days and nights. As Krithia spoke, she gave Keyes the design of the Hell Gate fortress and the scroll of specific spells. 10 days and nights. Keyes did not forget the terrifying scene when the demonic army attacked the city. In less than 2 hourglasses of battle, almost half of the mercenaries from other planes in the camp were lost. Moreover, that was only the vanguard of the demon Tana Re. There was no damage caused by the thousands of demons supporting them. If they entered the abyssal plane behind the enemy lines, the number of demons they might encounter would exceed the limits of what a normal person could imagine. Although the casting materials for this spell did not require the stomach pouch of a golden dragon filled with stones or the pituitary epithelium of a giant Teskra beast, Keyes did not seem like a great arcanist who could cast spells of level 40 or above. He could already imagine that if he accepted this mission, his group would be like an airdrop box, provoking wave after wave of demons coming to pick up the airdrops. This Krithia saw Keyes' expression turn from shock to despair. She continued, "This mission is not meant to be a suicide mission. This kind of mission isn't to send you to your deaths. In fact, there have been many successful cases of Hell's Gate Fortress in the Blood War. The Batsa Devil's army will hold back most of the forces of that plane for you on the main battlefield. Moreover, more war resources will be ready and will be transported to this camp under your command soon. Also, as a reward for killing the Baler demon, with the agreement of the evil Dragon Council, I've brought you something." Krithia carefully took out a heavy bronze chest from her spatial equipment. She first inputted her secret imprint, then signaled Keyes to copy her. "The evil Dragon Council has decided to invest more in you as your reward. You will obtain the most basic qualifications to enter the abyssal plane and fight." After inputting 2 correct secret imprints for verification, the mechanism on the bronze box automatically operated. The whole box turned into a magic circle that had been engraved with various runes, and the item that was originally hidden in the bronze box was now quietly floating in the center of the magic circle. Fortunately, The battle staff room was built with such a situation in mind. Quess, who was in his dragon form, wouldn't have to be careful and tear down the place. However, apart from Kryphia, everyone else had to leave the room. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space. Young dragon, I have to say, you're quite talented. Kryphia sized up Keys in his dragon form. She had previously identified the new commander of this camp as a young blue dragon through hormonal signals. However, she was still a little surprised when she saw the young dragon's body. This kind of emotion rarely appeared in red dragons, who were known for their arrogance. The young blue dragon in front of her had far exceeded the size of an average young blue dragon. He was even more muscular than most young red dragons. This phenomenon of exceeding one's age was only seen in a very small number of megalosaurus with astonishing potential. Seeing how strong this young dragon was, Kryphia changed the auxiliary ritual method that the Evil Dragon Council had taught her. Now, let your chest face this magic circle. That's right, that's it. Kryphia directed the oversized young blue dragon to walk to a suitable position. 3 of the runic chains that were originally binding the golden dragon's heart suddenly sank into Keys's chest, as if the layers of thick scales covering it were nothing. It might hurt a little, but according to the old dragons, the more you can stay awake, the better the effect of this ritual will be. You'll also be able to bear more power. Originally, the reason why the Evil Dragon Council had sent this god 3 Chunibu Red Dragon Girl was to avoid causing any harm as much as possible. Knock this little guy out. However, after Kryphia saw Keys's physique, she somehow thought that he could endure the slight pain of the ritual with his own physique. Roar. A loud roar came from the young blue dragon's large mouth. The scales all over his body rose slightly due to the contraction of his muscles due to the immense pain. The runic chains that sank into his chest and the magic engraved on the bronze ritual circle worked. The runic chains dragged the golden dragon's heart like a 6-clawed octopus and squeezed it out of the young blue dragon's chest. The magic on the bronze ritual circle not only froze Keys's struggling body, but also cut off all his roars. Looking at the red dragon Kryphia, who was looking at him with great interest, Keys somehow remembered a crosstalk he had heard a long time ago before he transmigrated. Does it hurt when you get injections? I've had injections for 10 years. Poochie? There's nothing that doesn't hurt. When the bearded nurse in the crosstalk gradually overlapped with the Chunibu Red Dragon Kryphia in front of him, Keys suddenly felt a slight burning sensation replace the sharp pain of his flesh being torn apart. Electric arcs, accompanied by the high-temperature flame, formed a terrifying energy web filled with a sense of destruction on the surface of Keys's body. However, this phenomenon inspired the young blue dragon, who was struggling to think of a solution. Electromagnetic confinement and Tumac magnetic confinement. In any case, Keys still had the memory of studying science and engineering. He had a preliminary countermeasure in his mind. After trying to use his racial talent for electromagnetic control several times, he finally simulated the electromagnetic confinement field that densely covered every cell. The energy released by the flame was finally restrained in Keys's body. Kryphia stood on the magma that was gradually beginning to solidify, looking at her own kind that had completely turned into a pitch-black charcoal sculpture, because their bodies had been burned to ashes. Did the fusion fail? That shouldn't be. According to those old dragons, the success rate should be very high. The charcoal sculpture suddenly moved. The 2 hearts trembled together, shaking off the black debris on the surface of Keys's body. Amidst the rustling sounds, the young blue dragon opened his eyes. His scara blinked. His eyes that were like molten gold flashed for an instant, revealing the moment when lightning and flame resonated. Chapter 53. What did Keyes gain from fusing with a golden dragon's heart? Higher racial potential, stronger physical strength, golden dragon's underwater breathing and medical talents, as well as his control over fire and his near immunity to fire. After his dragon body was melted by the high-temperature flames that broke out of his body, a large amount of burnt ash fell off. This caused Quess, a young blue dragon with an extraordinary physique, to lose a lot of weight. That Chinibu red dragon is finally gone. Keyes chewed on the devil pepper snack that Ogre Brew had prepared for him. Now he could confidently ask all creatures, who else is there, when it came to eating spicy food. He carefully studied the remains of the bronze array that was chiseled out from the cooling lava. After sending off the Chinibu red dragon, Old Annie, the blue dragon, who had transformed back into a young human, and his companions entered a more intense battle preparations. The bronze plate, which was the carrier of the ritual array, was protected by the magic effect and did not melt into liquid copper. Although the array function on it was no longer effective, the portable array technology still gave Keyes, who was determined to become a top spellcaster, a lot of inspiration. Every day, the Blue Dragon youth used the training method recorded in the small booklet he traded with the Yugro's Judgment Fiend to train his martial arts. Apart from studying the physiology of demons with the ogre which Dr. Paulu, he also took out a considerable amount of time to ponder over the enchantment process of this portable magic circle. This arrangement of time meant that he had to greatly reduce the time he had to manage the camp's administrative work. Because of the airdrop battle mission, the Demon's logistics department continued to fill the remote camp with more war resources and mercenaries from different planes. Fortunately, Ogre Brew, who always had an idea, stood up and helped Keyes share the administrative burden. Brew seemed to be very talented in this area. He grafted the methods and experience of cooking to the management of the camp. Just like how he managed the ingredients in the gourmet boxes, he arranged the various materials that were transported to the camp into various warehouses. This ensured the safety of the storage and made it convenient to distribute during battles. The mercenaries who had spontaneously gathered together according to their different planar origins were separated by him. They were rearranged to different gathering places according to their different types of soldiers and abilities, in order to ensure that his orders were carried out and eliminate the possibility of chaos in the camp. Under Keyes' instructions, the higher-ups of the Batsu sent a total of 100 bone demons and divided them into 20 small teams. They led more barbed demon guards to form a military police team named after Brew's beloved weapon, the whaling harpoon. They were responsible for patrolling and resolving various disputes in the camp. Keyes' authority as a commander knew the true names of all the bone demons in the military police team. Under the restriction of the power of the true name, this military police team, which consisted entirely of mid-level Batsa demons as the backbone, could and must completely carry out the arrangements of their manager, the Ogre Blue. Under the Ogre's arrangements, everything in the camp started to become orderly. Order and rules were quickly established in this large camp made up of tens of thousands of mercenaries from other planes. The power brought about by order was immense. Without expending much resources and manpower, they easily annihilated a few small abyssal demon armies that had recently snuck in to launch an attack. This concept was widely acknowledged by the garrison in the camp. The field medical camp that appeared in the following few battles managed to save many otherworldly mercenaries who had been injured in battle with the demons and did not have the powerful recovery abilities of the demons of the lower realms. They could only wait for death, and this system gained the support of most of the soldiers in the camp. It was good to have order. Broombrows Dalton also agreed with this point of view. He was arranged to be in a vanguard team made up of barbarian fighters. Unfortunately, he was not the leader. Instead, it was a more robust Tauren warrior with half Inferno bloodline. Fortunately, most of his subordinates were also assigned here, so their leader would not be a commander without an army. Dalton did not have any objections to this arrangement. In fact, he appreciated the orderly management style. If the leader of the garrison in Soft Maple City was half as good as the manager here, there wouldn't be so many small gangs popping up all the time and messing up the city. I have to take my brothers everywhere and work as unpaid security guards. His words made the former Broom Brow's subordinates agree with him deeply. However, this sense of recognition was more prevalent among Dalton's old brothers. Some of the new and untested subordinates did not even have the most basic loyalty, let alone teamwork. For example, the Ceronian villains who had joined Dalton previously refused to listen to Broom Brow's orders. Instead, they gathered under another powerful leader in the vanguard team. According to them, they had found the home of their faith. Dalton scoffed at this. A bunch of disloyal and reckless cultist scum. On the small drill ground of the stormtroopers, Dalton sat on a barrel of ale covered with a hemp-woven bag. He and some of his brothers around him watched coldly as the new boss, who was regarded as the home of faith by the Ceronians, stood on a podium made of stacked lath and wooden boxes and preached the strange doctrines he believed in Inferno, which he was not very proficient in yet. The new leader of the Ceronians had a coyote-like head and dark brown fur with red spots. Sporadic iron rings pierced the surface of his bare chest as decoration. Even when he was giving a speech, he was accompanied by 2 salivating hyenas. This was a cruel and ferocious Gnoll. At the same time, he was also a Gnoll priest who believed in an evil god. Praise the great Yeenagu. Your people with poisonous fangs will listen to your teachings. The flesh and blood of the weak will be offered, and we will share your glory. Following the words of the Gnoll priest, several humanoid creatures with broken limbs were brought over by his subordinates. These were the victims of the evil ritual they were about to hold. The sources of these victims were either unlucky warriors who came to this foreign mercenary camp alone and were not very strong, or the wounded were stolen from the new medical camp established by Blue the Ogre. The weak do not deserve to live. In the feast of flesh and blood, we offer our most sincere offerings. A group of people who listened to the teachings of the Gnoll priest began to beat the victims who fell to the ground. What's more, a few deer-headed Ceronians who liked to eat raw meat began to tear some flesh from the victims with their powerful big hands and stuffed it into their mouths and chewed. Under the blessing of the spell effect of the Gnoll priest from the evil god he believed in, these victims who had been divided and eaten could not make any sound, not even the slightest wail. As for stopping this evil, please, this was the bloody camp of Bator. How could the creatures who participated in this cruel war have any mercy? It was normal for him to not care about anything that had nothing to do with him. At most, when they felt a little disgusted, they would not look at it. Boss, it's done. One of Dalton's lackeys ran over from afar. At the sight of the bloody and cruel scene, he was so scared that he shivered all over as he turned around and whispered in his boss's ear. After that, he hurriedly covered his mouth. He was afraid that he would vomit. Dalton gently patted the trembling subordinate, as if to blame this timid behavior. Little boy, what's there to be afraid of? This is hell, the lair of the devils. As if to confirm the statement of the devil's lair, Dalton had just finished speaking. 6 bone demons directly appeared on the small drill ground belonging to the assault team with a high-level teleportation spell. There was no declaration of guilt or any other nonsense. These bats-a-devil, who looked like undead creatures, launched a punishment operation. But their method was simpler and more violent, only slaughter. In order to improve the efficiency of the operation, the bone demons first used ice wall together to imprison the cultists who wanted to escape in a cage made of solid ice a few feet thick. Then it was as if nothing happened. They went through the ice wall and began their work. Through the ice wall, the assault team, who did not participate in the cult gathering, could clearly see that the bone demons frequently waved their long-handled sides and occasionally used their poisonous tails like poisonous scorpions to poke the villains who were still enjoying the feast of flesh and blood. Under the influence of the bone demons' ferocious attacks and their talent, divine light of fear, all the cultists who were originally feasting on flesh and blood fled desperately. But the ice wall around them, which had no blind spots, trapped them together with the terrible Batsuit devil. It was useless to try their best. There was nowhere to escape. The Knoll priest, who had organized the gathering and believed in the evil god, did not escape death either. He and his pet hyena were impaled by the tail of the same bone demon, and the powerful poison harvested the Knoll's life in just a moment. Dalton patted his subordinate, who had just returned from the report, and was still in a state of shock. He rarely comforted him. What's the use of being afraid? I've already told you that these cultists deserve to die. How dare they believe in demons and evil gods in the devil's territory? Ignorant fools, aren't they courting death? Mr. Dalton, Broombrows, had changed from an ignorant country bumpkin to a bloody veteran with some knowledge of the lower plains. This was another arrangement of Brew, who always had an idea. The ogres would select a warrior of a certain level of strength from every camp to act as their eyes, ears, and mouthpiece to monitor the situation from the shadows. Order brought power, and the double order of light and darkness brought twice the power. Note 1. Bone demons, also known as Oceloth. In D&D settings, these Batsa demons that look like undead creatures are the supervisors of the 9 hells driven by hatred, greed, and jealousy. They are also the selectable composition of the supervisory team and the military police. They stand about 9 feet tall, about 3 meters, and weigh about 500 pounds, about 450 pounds. They belong to the middle class of Batsa devils. The abilities here are the 3rd version of the ability settings. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.